Rome. For over 2,000 years, the history of the West was defined by a single city. It was a civilization that conquered the known world, wrote the laws that still govern us today, and engineered a legacy that outlasted its own gods. It is easy to look at the ruins and assume that this dominance was inevitable. But it wasn't. In the beginning, Rome was nothing more than a few mud huts on a marshy riverbank. It was a small, fragile settlement, surrounded by rival kingdoms that were older, wealthier, and far more powerful. By all accounts, it should have been wiped off the map. In this video, I am going to tell the entire story of that survival. We will move from the myths of the founding, through the brutal efficiency of the Republic and the emperors, all the way to the defiant survival of the East and the fall of Constantinople in 1453. But a story this large takes time, so whether you are working, relaxing, or drifting off to sleep, you can simply listen. The visuals are there for context, but you don't need to watch. Just let the journey carry you through this amazing history. So settle in, get comfortable, and take a deep breath. This is a journey through power, ambition, and legacy. This is the story of Rome. Around 1200 BC, the world surrounding the Mediterranean looked very different from the one that later generations would know. Great powers that had dominated the Bronze Age for centuries were collapsing one after another. The palaces of Mycenae and Pylos in Greece had been reduced to ash. The fortress city of Troy, long immortalized in epic tales, had fallen and vanished from history. Even Egypt, the most enduring of ancient kingdoms, had withdrawn from much of its influence beyond the Nile after fighting off waves of invaders from the sea. Trade routes that had once connected Egypt, the Aegean, and the Near East began to fail. Ports emptied, cities declined, and populations scattered into smaller, more isolated communities. Italy's geography would shape everything that followed. It stretched deep into the heart of the Mediterranean like a natural bridge between Europe and Africa, divided by mountains and surrounded by fertile coasts. The Alps guarded its northern boundary, isolating it from Central Europe, while the Apennine Mountains ran down its spine, separating valleys and plains, but never completely dividing them. These features created both barriers and opportunities. Shelter from invasion, but enough open land to support agriculture and trade. At the center of the peninsula, the Tiber River flowed calmly from the Apennines to the Tyrrhenian Sea. Its waters offered a route for travel and transport, while its banks provided rich farmland and easy access to the coast. This central position, not too far north or south, would later prove crucial. Whoever controlled the lands around the Tiber could reach both seas and command the heart of the Italian peninsula. By this time, small communities had begun to take root along the river valleys and hilltops. Archaeological evidence shows scattered villages of farmers and herders using simple bronze tools. They built huts from timber and clay and surrounded them with small pastures for livestock. The people who lived here were not part of any empire or unified state. They spoke local dialects, practiced small-scale trade, and worshipped local deities tied to rivers, forests, and the land itself. Among these early peoples were three main groups who would shape Italy's story: the Latins, the Sabines, and the Etruscans. The Latins occupied the central plains of what would later become Latium, the region around the Tiber, and the site of Rome's eventual founding. They were primarily agricultural, organized into tribes and families, and lived in hilltop villages for protection. The Sabines lived farther inland in the central Apennines. They were hardy mountain people, known for their pastoral way of life. To the north were the Etruscans, who stood apart from their neighbors in language, culture, and sophistication. The Etruscans appeared suddenly in the archaeological record around the 9th century BC, with a culture already distinct and advanced. Their origins remain one of the great questions of ancient history. Some ancient writers, including Herodotus, believed they had come by sea from the eastern Mediterranean, perhaps from Lydia in Asia Minor. Others argued they developed locally from earlier Italian peoples. Whatever their beginnings, the Etruscans built organized cities, developed their own written language, and created art and architecture that rivaled their Greek contemporaries. Etruscan society was highly urbanized for its time. Cities such as Tarquinia, Veii, and Cerveteri were laid out with planned streets and surrounded by defensive walls. They drained marshlands, constructed stone temples, and built elaborate underground tombs decorated with paintings that depicted banquets, dances, and rituals. Their craftsmanship in bronze, gold, and pottery became well known throughout the Mediterranean. Trade brought them wealth and influence, and their political systems, ruled by kings or councils of nobles, would later influence Rome's early government. To the south, Greek colonists began arriving in Italy around the 8th century BC, establishing a series of settlements known collectively as Magna Graecia, Greater Greece. These colonies, stretching from Naples to Sicily, became hubs of art, philosophy, and trade. They brought with them new crops such as olives and grapes, new techniques in pottery and metallurgy, and a written alphabet that would evolve into Latin script. Through these colonies, Greek myths, architecture, and political ideas began to spread across the peninsula. The Etruscans remained the most dominant culture of early Italy. They mined iron and copper, built strong navies, and traded as far as Carthage and the Aegean. Their influence extended southward, reaching the Latin and Sabine territories. Archaeologists have found evidence of Etruscan goods and art deep in central Italy, including fine pottery and religious objects that would later appear in early Roman contexts. The Etruscans also left a lasting mark on Italian religion, introducing practices of augury and divination, reading the will of the gods through signs and omens, traditions that Rome would later adopt and formalize. Meanwhile, the Latins, though less advanced, were slowly consolidating their own small communities. They shared a common language and similar religious practices, which helped bind them together despite the absence of central authority. Their settlements often sat atop volcanic hills, surrounded by fertile valleys and fields. One of these settlements, located near a crossing of the Tiber, held a particularly favorable position. It stood close enough to the sea to benefit from trade, but far enough inland to be safe from coastal raids. It was here that the first stones of Rome would one day be laid. Beyond Italy, the rest of the Mediterranean was continuing to evolve. The Phoenicians, skilled seafarers from the Levant, were expanding westward, establishing trading posts across North Africa and Spain. One of their colonies, Carthage, founded in the 9th century BC, would later become Rome's greatest rival. In Greece, city-states such as Athens, Sparta, and Corinth were beginning to take form. Across the sea in the Near East, the Assyrians were rising to power, creating vast empires built on conquest and fear. Within this wider network, Italy remained on the edge, not yet central to the world's great powers, but poised to become one. Every element that would later define Rome was already forming: the mix of cultures, the strategic geography, and the drive for expansion that came naturally from competing in a fragmented landscape. The stage was set. The last remnants of the Bronze Age had faded, and a new era was beginning. From scattered tribes and isolated settlements, a single city would soon rise, one that would outlast every empire that came before it. The story of Rome begins not with fact, but with legend. According to Roman tradition, the city was born from struggle, betrayal, and destiny. Its founders were not kings or conquerors, but twin brothers abandoned to die, Romulus and Remus. The tale begins on the banks of the Tiber River, where the twins were cast adrift as infants. Their mother, Rhea Silvia, was a Vestal virgin, a priestess sworn to chastity, and the daughter of Numitor, rightful king of Alba Longa. Her uncle Amulius had seized the throne and, fearing a rival bloodline, ordered her sons killed at birth. The servants tasked with the execution could not bring themselves to do it. Instead, they placed the infants in a basket and set it adrift on the swollen river, leaving their fate to the gods. The basket floated downstream until it came to rest at the base of a fig tree in the lowlands near the Palatine Hill. There, according to the myth, a she-wolf discovered the crying infants and carried them to her den. She nursed and protected them until a shepherd named Faustulus found the twins and raised them as his own. As they grew, the brothers became strong, bold, and restless, leaders among the local herders and hunters who lived in the forests and hills along the river. Eventually, they learned their true identity, that they were princes of Alba Longa and heirs to a stolen throne. They returned to overthrow Amulius, restoring their grandfather Numitor to power. But instead of remaining in Alba Longa, they decided to found a new city of their own, on the land where they had been saved as infants. Here, the myth turns violent, as Roman myths often do. The brothers could not agree where to build or who should rule. Romulus favored the Palatine Hill, while Remus preferred the Aventine. To settle the dispute, they sought a divine sign, watching the skies for vultures. Accounts differ. Some say Remus saw 6 first, others that Romulus saw 12. What followed was an argument, then a murder. Remus mocked his brother's wall by leaping over it, and Romulus struck him down, declaring that any who defied Rome's boundaries would meet the same fate. Romulus then named the city after himself and began to build. The story of Romulus and Remus became one of the most enduring myths of antiquity. It placed divine favor, violence, and destiny at the core of Roman identity. The wolf, symbolizing both savagery and nurture, became a lasting emblem of the city, a reminder that strength was born from struggle, and that Rome's survival was never guaranteed, but always earned. For Romans, this legend was more than folklore. It was a national origin story that explained who they were and why they ruled. The city's founders were outcasts who overcame the odds, brothers divided by rivalry, and survivors who built something eternal. Rome's later historians, Livy, Plutarch, and Dionysius of Halicarnassus, preserved the story in their writings, embellishing it with divine signs, omens, and moral lessons. But behind the myth lies something tangible, a real settlement that began to form on the hills above the Tiber around the same time the legend is set. Archaeology offers the first glimpse of Rome as it truly was. Excavations on the Palatine Hill have revealed traces of huts dating back to the mid-8th century BC, roughly 750 to 730 BC, aligning closely with the traditional founding date of 753 BC, given by ancient Roman historians. The remains include post holes outlining oval-shaped dwellings, hearths for cooking, and shards of simple pottery. These were not the grand marble structures that would later define the city, but they represent a living community, small, fortified, and organized. Nearby, burial sites from the same period contain grave goods such as bronze tools, weapons, and ornaments, suggesting a settled population with social hierarchy. Carbon dating supports the idea that this cluster of villages predates the rise of any single city in the region. The terrain itself shaped how Rome would form. The area surrounding the Tiber was marked by 7 major hills: the Palatine, Aventine, Capitoline, Quirinal, Viminal, Esquiline, and Caelian. Each supported small communities that developed independently. The hills offered defense against flooding and raids, while the river below provided fresh water and access to trade routes leading to the sea. Over time, these separate hilltop villages began to interact, trading grain, livestock, and crafts. Paths and small markets linked them, and intermarriage bound the communities together. Gradually, they coalesced into a single urban center. The Palatine Hill, with its commanding view and central location, became the heart of this early settlement. Archaeologists have identified post holes marking the foundations of early huts that match the descriptions of Romulus's supposed house given by later writers. For centuries afterward, Romans preserved a small hut on the Palatine as the Casa Romuli, the House of Romulus, a sacred relic of their city's beginnings. At the same time, influences from the north were reshaping the region. By the late 8th and early 7th centuries BC, Rome had evolved from a loose collection of villages into a structured city-state. Its layout reflected both practicality and religious order. Streets and walls were aligned according to ritual, mirroring the Etruscan belief that cities should reflect the harmony of the heavens. Temples were built to local gods, and early sanctuaries appeared along the riverbanks and in the newly formed Forum Valley. Yet, despite these cultural and architectural influences, the Romans maintained a distinct sense of identity. They viewed themselves as tougher, more disciplined, and less indulgent than their neighbors. This early self-image, half myth, half reality, became a defining feature of Roman culture for centuries. The stories of the city's early years reinforce that character. After founding the city, Romulus faced a problem. His new settlement was filled with men, but lacked women. To secure its future, he devised a plan that would later be remembered as the rape of the Sabine women. Romulus invited the neighboring Sabines to a festival honoring Neptune. When the Sabines arrived, the Romans suddenly seized their daughters and took them as wives. War followed, as the Sabines marched on Rome to reclaim them. According to legend, the conflict ended only when the women themselves intervened, placing their bodies between their Roman husbands and their Sabine fathers. Their plea for peace led to the unification of the two peoples. The story reflects not only the violence of early city building, but also the recurring Roman theme of unity through struggle. Rome's growth was always tied to conflict and to the absorption of its rivals. Romulus ruled for many years, establishing the city's first institutions. He divided the population into tribes and curiae, early social and political units, that formed the foundation of Roman civic life. Each tribe supplied soldiers and contributed to religious ceremonies. Romulus also created a council of 100 elders, the Senate, to advise the king. Though modest in scope, this early assembly would evolve into one of the most powerful governing bodies in history. Religion played a central role in every aspect of Roman life from the beginning. The city's earliest rituals centered on local deities of fire, water, and fertility. As Rome grew, these traditions became formalized into a complex system of temples, priesthoods, and sacrifices. The boundary of the city, known as the Pomerium, was marked through sacred ceremony, separating the protected civic space from the outside world. Crossing it with weapons was forbidden, a rule that centuries later would make Julius Caesar's crossing of the Rubicon so infamous. Romulus himself eventually vanished from the mortal world in dramatic fashion. During a storm, as he addressed his soldiers near the Palatine, he was said to have been taken up into the heavens by the god Mars, becoming the divine figure Quirinus. Whether the story hid a political assassination or served as mythic closure, it reinforced the idea that Rome's founder was chosen by the gods and that the city's destiny was bound to the divine. Whether born from myth or built from mud and sweat, the early city carried within it the traits that would one day define an empire: resilience, ambition, and the belief that destiny favored the strong. From its first king, Rome inherited a pattern it would repeat for centuries. Power seized through conflict, unity forged through necessity, and expansion driven by survival. The story of Romulus and Remus may never have happened as told, but the world they created was real. By uniting scattered tribes under one banner, Rome began a transformation that would reach far beyond its hills and riverbanks. These rulers, remembered as the 7 kings of Rome, transformed a loose cluster of tribes into a functioning state. Some were builders, others conquerors or lawmakers, but each shaped the character of the city in ways that endured long after their deaths. What began as a settlement of farmers and warriors became, under their leadership, the foundation for a civilization that would dominate the Mediterranean world. After the disappearance of Romulus, the city turned toward stability. The Senate, uncertain who should rule, eventually chose a Sabine named Numa Pompilius. His reign marked a shift from conquest to order. Numa was said to have been deeply spiritual, a man guided by wisdom rather than ambition. He brought peace to a city that had been born in blood, and he built institutions that would last for centuries. Numa established Rome's religious calendar, introducing the months of January and February, and creating a schedule of festivals that punctuated the year with ritual. These ceremonies, tied to agriculture and the changing seasons, helped unite Rome's scattered population through shared belief. Numa also created several of the city's priestly colleges. The pontifices oversaw religious law and maintained sacred records. The augurs interpreted the will of the gods by observing the flight of birds. The Vestal virgins, women chosen from noble families, tended the eternal flame of Vesta, believed to safeguard the city's spirit. These institutions made religion a part of the state's identity rather than a private affair. For the Romans, faith became civic duty, a public acknowledgement of divine authority that bound their community together. During Numa's reign, new temples rose across the hills. Among them was the shrine to Janus, the god of beginnings, whose double-faced statue watched over every transition in Roman life. The doors of Janus's temple were left open in times of war and closed in peace. They would rarely be shut again in the centuries to come. Numa's rule, peaceful and devout, became the model for the ideal Roman lawgiver, one who governs through faith, discipline, and respect for tradition. When Numa died, the crown passed to Tullus Hostilius, who ruled in the opposite spirit. Where Numa was peaceful, Tullus was driven by conquest. He believed Rome's greatness would be secured through victory, not prayer. Under his leadership, the city began to expand its territory, turning outward against rival towns in Latium. The most famous of these conflicts was with Alba Longa, the ancient city from which Rome claimed descent. To avoid the bloodshed of a full war, it was agreed that champions from each side would fight in single combat. The three Roman brothers, the Horatii, faced the three Albans, the Curiati. According to legend, one Roman survived, giving Rome victory and making Alba Longa its subject. Tullus destroyed Alba Longa and brought its people to Rome, granting them citizenship and seats in the Senate. This act of integration strengthened the city and set a pattern that would define Rome's future. Conquered peoples were not merely subdued, but absorbed. Tullus also introduced a more formal structure to the army, organizing it into centuries and cohorts based on wealth and equipment. Soldiers now trained regularly, and military service became an expected duty. The city's focus on discipline and preparedness began here, under a king who believed war was the surest path to unity. Despite his success, Tullus was remembered as rash and impious. He neglected the rituals that had maintained Rome's relationship with the gods. When a plague struck, he attempted to perform a sacred ceremony to Jupiter without the proper guidance, and lightning was said to have struck his palace, killing him and his family. Whether fact or parable, the story reflected an early Roman warning. Power without piety would bring destruction. Tullus was succeeded by Ancus Marcius, the grandson of Numa Pompilius, who restored balance between religion and warfare. Ancus was practical, blending Numa's reverence for the gods with Tullus's ambition for growth. Under his rule, Rome secured its first foothold on the coast by founding the port of Ostia near the mouth of the Tiber. This gave the city direct access to trade across the Tyrrhenian Sea, ensuring a steady flow of salt, fish, and imported goods. Ancus also built the Pont Sublicius, Rome's first bridge over the Tiber. Constructed entirely of wood, it became both a strategic and symbolic link between the city and the lands beyond. Control of the river crossings strengthened Rome's position as a commercial center, while new fortifications expanded its borders. Ancus annexed several Latin towns, bringing their people into the Roman fold and granting many the right to settle on the Aventine Hill. His willingness to incorporate conquered communities created the diverse, layered population that would later define the Republic. Under Ancus, Rome became more organized. He introduced written laws to ensure fairness and built the first prison, the carcer, on the slopes of the Capitoline Hill. These measures showed the growing complexity of Roman society, a city that now required more than custom to maintain order. Ancus's reign ended peacefully, remembered for its fairness and balance. But his achievements would soon give way to a new kind of leadership, one shaped by wealth, engineering, and ambition. Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, known as Tarquin the Elder, was the first king of Etruscan origin. His rise reflected the growing influence of Etruscan culture on Rome. Born in the wealthy Etruscan city of Tarquinii, Tarquin moved to Rome seeking opportunity. Through charm and cunning, he won the support of Ancus Marcius and eventually succeeded him as king. His reign marked the beginning of Rome's transformation into a city of grandeur. Tarquin brought these talents with him. He began the construction of the Cloaca Maxima, a massive underground drainage system that reclaimed the marshy valley between the Palatine and Capitoline hills. This newly dried land became the Roman Forum, which would serve as the center of politics, trade, and religion for the next 1,000 years. Tarquin also expanded the city's boundaries, encircling the Capitoline Hill with walls and starting the foundations of the great temple of Jupiter, Optimus Maximus. To entertain the growing population, Tarquin built the Circus Maximus, an enormous stadium for chariot races and public festivals. It could hold tens of thousands of spectators and became a permanent feature of Roman life. His building projects employed thousands, stimulating the city's economy and symbolizing its growing might. Tarquin also expanded the Senate, increasing its membership and giving more families a role in governance. However, Tarquin's ambition made him enemies. After years of rule, he was assassinated by rivals, possibly the sons of Ancus Marcius. But his legacy did not end there. His wife, Tanaquil, ensured a smooth succession by installing Servius Tullius, one of Tarquin's protégés, as the next ruler. Servius Tullius, the sixth king, was perhaps Rome's greatest reformer. Ancient stories claimed he had been born a slave, raised in the royal household, and marked for greatness when a divine flame appeared around his head as a child. True or not, the rumor sealed his reputation. Servius's reign changed the structure of Roman society. His most important achievement was the census, a systematic count of all citizens. This allowed him to divide the population into classes based on wealth, creating an organized system for taxation and military service. The wealthiest citizens, the equites, provided horses and served as cavalry. Below them were property owners who formed the backbone of the infantry. The poorest, unable to afford armor, served in auxiliary roles or as laborers. This new structure linked a citizen's status directly to his contribution to the state. It also formed the basis for Rome's voting assemblies, where power was distributed according to class. For the first time, the people had a formal, measurable role in their government. Servius also extended the city's borders and built the Servian Wall, enclosing all 7 hills within a single defensive circuit. The wall, nearly 7 miles long, symbolized the unity and strength of Rome. Within its boundaries, the city grew rapidly, its population now including Latins, Etruscans, and Sabines. Servius promoted religious tolerance and civic duty, strengthening Rome's identity as a multi-ethnic state. Despite his popularity, Servius faced internal opposition. Tarquinius Superbus, the ambitious son or grandson of Tarquin the Elder, sought the throne for himself. With the help of his wife Tullia, Servius's own daughter, he orchestrated a coup. Servius was thrown down the steps of the Senate house and murdered, and his body was left in the street. Tullia is said to have driven her chariot over her father's corpse, a crime that horrified the city, but went unpunished. Tarquinius Superbus ruled as a tyrant. He eliminated rivals, ignored the Senate, and concentrated all authority in his hands. He ruled not by consent, but by fear. Yet even under his oppression, Rome continued to grow. He completed the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, turning it into the grandest sanctuary in the city. He waged wars across Latium, securing alliances through force and intimidation. Rome was now the dominant power in central Italy, but its people were restless under his cruelty. The final collapse of the monarchy came through a scandal that struck at the heart of Roman honor. During a campaign against the Etruscan city of Ardea, Tarquin's son Sextus visited his cousin's home and assaulted Lucretia, the wife of Lucius Tarquinius Collatinus. Humiliated and unable to live with the shame, Lucretia summoned her husband and his allies, told them what had happened, and took her own life. Her death shocked Rome. Her friend, Lucius Junius Brutus, took up her cause, swearing an oath before her body that no king would ever again rule over the Romans. The people rose in revolt. The Senate and the army turned against the Tarquins, and the royal family was forced into exile. In 509 BC, after more than 2 centuries of monarchy, the Romans abolished kingship altogether. They established a new form of government, the Republic, in which 2 consuls were elected each year to share power. Lucius Junius Brutus and Collatinus became the first of these consuls, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Roman history. The memory of the kings lingered long after their rule ended, but it also left behind a deep suspicion of kingship that would shape Roman politics forever. When the Republic was born, it inherited everything the monarchy had created and vowed never to repeat its mistakes. A monarchy of 7 kings laid Rome's bones. The Republic would give it breath. The new Roman Republic was founded on one defining principle: balance. The monarchy's fall had shown that power concentrated in one hand would always corrupt. In response, the Romans created a structure designed to limit ambition through competition. 2 consuls, chosen annually by the citizens, replaced the king. They held equal power, each capable of vetoing the other's decisions. Both commanded armies, presided over the Senate, and acted as judges, but their 1-year terms ensured no man could turn temporary authority into a throne. When crises arose, the Senate could appoint a dictator, but even this role was temporary, restricted to 6 months, and meant solely for emergencies. This new structure was both practical and symbolic. It acknowledged Rome's dependence on strong leadership while ensuring accountability. Power was now a responsibility, not a privilege. It was a system that demanded cooperation, but thrived on rivalry. A government built to survive human ambition rather than deny it. The Senate, an institution born in the Age of Kings, remained at the center of political life. Its members, drawn from the city's most distinguished families, served for life. They were the keepers of Rome's traditions, its laws, and its collective memory. While the consuls came and went, the Senate endured, guiding long-term policy and maintaining stability. It had no formal power to make laws, but its advice, or senatus consultum, carried the weight of authority. Over time, this body became the true seat of power, shaping foreign policy, controlling finances, and preserving the continuity that held the Republic together. Beneath the Senate stood the popular assemblies, where citizens could vote on laws and elect magistrates. The most important of these was the Comitia Centuriata, organized according to the military and property divisions established by Servius Tullius. The wealthiest citizens who provided horses and armor voted first, giving them the greatest influence. The poor, though far more numerous, often found their votes unnecessary once the outcome was clear. This imbalance reflected a republic that was still ruled by aristocrats, the patrician elite who traced their lineage to the city's founding families. Despite this inequality, the assemblies were revolutionary. For the first time, ordinary Roman citizens had a voice in their government, however limited. The Republic's laws rested on the principle of consent, even if that consent was heavily weighted toward the powerful. It was a delicate arrangement, one that brought both cooperation and conflict between the classes. The first years of the Republic were marked by instability. The expelled king, Tarquinius Superbus, refused to accept defeat. From exile, he sought allies among Rome's enemies, particularly the Etruscan city of Clusium. Its ruler, Lars Porsena, led an army south to restore Tarquin to power. The Roman defenses held firm, though the city came perilously close to falling. Later generations celebrated this war as a moment of courage that defined their national spirit. According to tradition, when the Etruscans besieged Rome, a young soldier named Horatius Cocles defended the wooden bridge across the Tiber, holding back the enemy while his comrades destroyed it behind him. As the last planks fell, Horatius leaped into the river and swam to safety, wounded but alive. His bravery became one of Rome's earliest legends, a story that reminded future generations that loyalty to the city outweighed any fear of death. Rome's resistance forced Lars Porsena to withdraw, and Tarquin's hopes of restoration were crushed. The former king fled once more, ending his days in obscurity. The city was surrounded by rival tribes, each watching for weakness. To survive, Rome needed to adapt quickly, and that meant facing not just external threats, but internal division. The fall of the monarchy had united Romans temporarily, but beneath that unity lay a widening social rift. The patricians, who controlled the Senate and held most of the land, dominated politics. The plebeians, farmers, craftsmen, and laborers, served in the army, paid taxes, and fought Rome's wars, but had little political representation. Over time, resentment grew. The plebeians wanted protection from unfair laws and debt slavery, where citizens could be imprisoned or sold for unpaid debts. This tension reached a breaking point in 494 BC, when the plebeians refused to fight in another war unless their demands were addressed. They marched out of the city and camped on a nearby hill, later called the Sacred Mount. Rome suddenly found itself defenseless. The patricians, fearing disaster, were forced to negotiate. The result was one of the Republic's most important reforms, the creation of the tribune of the plebs. The tribunes were officials chosen by the plebeians to defend their interests. They had the power to veto actions by magistrates or the Senate that harmed the common people. Their persons were declared sacred, meaning that anyone who attacked or obstructed them could be lawfully killed. The office of the tribune became the cornerstone of plebeian power, giving ordinary citizens a voice against the aristocracy. It was the first great compromise in Rome's history, and not the last. This new balance of power transformed Roman politics into a system of constant negotiation. Every law and reform became a tug-of-war between patrician privilege and plebeian rights. The struggle, though often tense, also gave Rome its strength. Instead of collapsing under division, the city learned to survive through compromise. The Republic's flexibility allowed it to adapt to changing times without losing stability, a trait that would help it endure for nearly 5 centuries. As Rome continued to expand, new challenges arose. The population grew, wealth increased, and disputes over justice became more complex. For years, Rome's legal system had relied on unwritten customs known only to the patrician magistrates. This secrecy fueled resentment among the plebeians, who demanded clear public laws that applied to everyone equally. After years of pressure, the Senate agreed to codify Rome's laws in writing. In 451 BC, a commission of 10 men, called the Decemviri, was appointed to draft the first Roman code of law. They studied Greek legal traditions and inscribed their rulings on bronze tablets displayed in the Forum. The result became known as the 12 Tables, the foundation of Roman law. These laws covered property, crime, marriage, and family life. They set penalties for theft, established rights of appeal, and defined procedures for trials. Though harsh by modern standards, the 12 Tables represented fairness and transparency. For the first time, all citizens could see the laws that governed them. The Decemviri, however, grew too powerful. After completing the first 10 tables, they refused to step down, adding 2 more that many viewed as unjust. The people revolted again, restoring the old government, and reaffirming the principle that no office should hold unchecked authority. The 12 tables remained, but their creators became a warning about the dangers of ambition, a lesson the Romans never forgot. Culturally, Rome began to distinguish itself from the Etruscans and Greeks who had once influenced it. The early republic fostered values of discipline, hard work, and civic duty. Public service became an honor, and personal ambition was measured by how much a man contributed to the state. The Latin phrase mos maiorum, the way of the ancestors, embodied this ideal. It referred to the customs, morals, and traditions that guided every aspect of Roman life. To the Romans, success came not from wealth or birth, but from fulfilling one's duty to family and country. Religion continued to play a central role in maintaining unity. The temples built during the monarchy remained, and new festivals were added to celebrate victories and civic achievements. The gods were seen as protectors of the republic, their favor tied to the city's virtue. Every political act, from declaring war to passing laws, required religious approval through rituals and augury. The belief that Rome prospered because of divine favor reinforced the idea that civic and religious life were inseparable. While Rome's political system grew stronger, its military structure evolved alongside it. Every citizen was a soldier, bound by duty to defend the republic. Consuls led their legions into battle, while veterans returned to serve in the Senate or assemblies. The army became both a defense and a training ground for leadership, creating a direct link between military service and political power. It was through these legions that Rome would later expand far beyond Latium. The early republic also began to define its external policies. Nearby cities, once allies or rivals under the monarchy, watched Rome's transformation with caution. The new state pursued stability through treaties, trade, and limited conquest, gradually bringing surrounding Latin communities under its influence. Rome's combination of military readiness and diplomatic restraint allowed it to expand without provoking total war. This balance between order and conflict became the defining feature of Roman politics. Where other states fractured under class struggle or autocratic rule, Rome adapted. The Republic thrived because it never stopped evolving. Out of rebellion came law, and out of inequality came reform. By the dawn of the 4th century BC, Rome was no longer a fragile city rebuilding after the fall of its kings. It was a unified, self-governing state, ambitious, organized, and confident. Rome had outgrown kings. Soon it would outgrow Italy. By the 4th century BC, Italy was a patchwork of independent tribes, city-states, and kingdoms. The Etruscans ruled the north, the Samnites dominated the mountains, and the Greek colonies flourished in the south. Between them lay the Latin towns, Rome's oldest neighbors, allies, and rivals. To bring them all under one banner would take 2 centuries of war, diplomacy, and endurance. The young republic spent much of the 5th century BC defending its borders, fighting small wars that tested its resilience and discipline. Out of these early conflicts emerged a distinctive Roman approach to warfare, one that valued organization, adaptability, and the steady grind of persistence over short bursts of glory. By the late 4th century BC, the Latin towns that once shared kinship with Rome had begun to resent its dominance. The Latin League, an alliance formed generations earlier for mutual defense, had become strained. Rome expected obedience, but the Latins demanded equality. The tension erupted into the Latin War around 340 BC, a conflict that would decide whether Rome would rule Latium or remain its equal. The fighting was fierce, but decisive. At the Battle of Vesuvius, Roman legions and Latin armies clashed in brutal hand-to-hand combat, ending with a Roman victory that broke the League's unity. After the war, Rome did something unusual. Instead of destroying its former allies, it absorbed them. Some Latin towns received full citizenship, while others were granted partial rights, allowing them to trade and marry within Rome, but not to vote. This system of graded citizenship, part inclusion, part subordination, became one of Rome's greatest political inventions. It turned enemies into partners and ensured loyalty through mutual benefit. By rewarding cooperation and punishing rebellion, Rome transformed the Latin League into the foundation of its growing empire. The same policy extended to conquered lands. Rather than occupy every region directly, Rome established colonies, small, fortified settlements of Roman citizens and Latin allies who acted as military outposts. These colonies secured key roads and river crossings, spreading Roman law and culture into the countryside. They also served as an early form of deterrence, showing potential rebels that Roman power was never far away. Over time, a network of these colonies spread across Latium, Campania, and Etruria, binding the region together through loyalty and dependence. But Rome's ambitions did not stop at Latium. To the east lay the Apennine Mountains, and beyond them the Samnites, a proud and warlike people who controlled much of central and southern Italy. The Samnites were seasoned warriors, accustomed to fighting in the rugged highlands where Roman formations struggled to maneuver. Their mountain strongholds made them difficult to defeat, and their confederation of tribes rivaled Rome in size and strength. The First Samnite War began around 343 BC, triggered by disputes over the rich plains of Campania. The city of Capua, threatened by Samnite raids, appealed to Rome for help. When the Romans intervened, they found themselves drawn into a long and bitter struggle. Though Rome claimed victory, the peace was temporary. The Samnites regrouped, and within a generation, war erupted again. The Second Samnite War became one of the most grueling campaigns in Rome's early history. The mountainous terrain favored ambushes and attrition, and the Samnites proved relentless opponents. In 321 BC, the Romans suffered one of their worst humiliations at the Caudine Forks, a narrow mountain pass where their army was trapped. Forced to surrender without a fight, the Roman soldiers were made to pass beneath a symbolic yoke of spears, a ritual of submission meant to disgrace them. The defeat shocked the Republic. But where other states might have crumbled, Rome adapted. It learned from its losses, restructured its army, and refused to make peace. Within a few years, the legions returned to the mountains, fighting with renewed discipline. Roads were built through the highlands to secure supply lines, and new colonies were founded to block Samnite movements. Rome's persistence paid off. After decades of fighting, the Samnites were finally subdued. The Third Samnite War, fought from 298 to 290 BC, brought together nearly all of Italy against Rome. Etruscans, Umbrians, Samnites, and even Gallic tribes from the north formed a massive coalition to halt the Republic's expansion. The decisive confrontation came at the Battle of Sentinum in 295 BC. Roman consuls Quintus Fabius, Maximus Rullianus, and Publius Decius Mus commanded the legions. During the battle, Decius performed the ancient ritual of devotio, dedicating himself and his life to the gods of the underworld in exchange for victory. He charged into the enemy lines and was killed, but his sacrifice inspired the troops to rally. The Romans broke the coalition's army and crushed its resistance. The victory at Sentinum confirmed Rome's dominance in central Italy. One by one, the remaining Etruscan and Umbrian cities submitted. The old Etruscan League, once the most advanced power in the region, had been weakened by centuries of rivalry and now fell under Roman control. By 290 BC, Rome controlled nearly all of central Italy. Its legions were unmatched in discipline, and its alliances secured loyalty across the peninsula. Yet the Republic's southern frontier remained unstable. Beyond the mountains of Campania lay Magna Graecia, the Greek colonies of southern Italy. These cities, wealthy and independent, had flourished for centuries as outposts of Hellenic culture. Among them were Tarentum, Croton, and Heraclea, centers of trade and philosophy that looked more toward Greece than toward Rome. The conflict that followed began almost by accident. In 282 BC, a Roman fleet entered the Gulf of Tarentum, violating a treaty that restricted Roman ships from those waters. The Tarentines, proud and defensive of their autonomy, attacked and sank several vessels. Rome demanded reparations. The Tarentines refused and sought aid from the Greek world, calling upon King Pyrrhus of Epirus, a brilliant general and cousin of Alexander the Great, to defend them. Pyrrhus arrived in Italy in 280 BC with a professional army of 25,000 men, including war elephants, creatures the Romans had never faced before. His arrival marked the first major encounter between Rome and the Hellenistic world. At the Battle of Heraclea, the elephants shattered the Roman cavalry, and Pyrrhus claimed victory. But his losses were severe, and his army too small to replace fallen veterans easily. The following year, Pyrrhus met the Romans again at Asculum. Once more his forces prevailed, but at enormous cost. According to later writers, Pyrrhus reportedly remarked, "Another such victory, and I am undone." Though superior in tactics, he could not match Rome's ability to raise new armies year after year. The Romans treated each defeat as a lesson, adjusting their formations and learning how to counter the elephants. Pyrrhus's hopes for Italian unity faded as his allies faltered. The Samnites and Lucanians offered only limited support, and the Greek cities began to waver. In 275 BC, at the Battle of Beneventum, the Romans finally defeated him. Weakened and outnumbered, Pyrrhus withdrew from Italy, leaving Tarentum exposed. 2 years later, the city surrendered. The dream of a Greek stronghold in southern Italy ended, and Rome's authority extended from the Alps to the Strait of Messina. Each community defeated by Rome signed a treaty defining its relationship with the Republic. Some were granted full citizenship, others partial rights, and some retained autonomy under Roman protection. In return, all were required to provide troops for Rome's armies and to avoid foreign alliances. This system of federated cities allowed Rome to field massive armies without maintaining a standing force of its own. The Italian allies, or Socii, fought alongside Roman legions, sharing both victory and hardship. Their loyalty was rewarded through stability, trade, and gradual access to Roman citizenship. Over time, these alliances created a sense of shared destiny across the peninsula. To bind this vast network together, Rome built roads, durable, straight, and efficient. The most famous was the Via Appia, begun in 312 BC by the censor Appius Claudius Caecus. Stretching from Rome to Capua, and later to Brundisium, it linked the capital to its southern territories, and allowed troops to move quickly across hundreds of miles. These roads were engineering marvels, built from layers of stone and gravel that survived for millennia. Alongside them, colonies and fortresses ensured control over key regions. The infrastructure not only supported military campaigns, but also fostered trade, communication, and cultural unity. As the Republic expanded, its army evolved into a model of discipline and standardization. The Roman legion replaced the older phalanx-style formations inherited from the Greeks. Each legion was divided into maniples, flexible units that could maneuver independently, ideal for Italy's diverse terrain. Soldiers served as citizen soldiers, supplying their own armor and weapons, bound by oath to defend the Republic. This system created a military force that was not only professional, but deeply personal. Every Roman fought not for pay, but for the safety and honor of his homeland. By the mid-3rd century BC, Rome had achieved what no Italian state before it had managed. Through relentless warfare, strategic diplomacy, and calculated generosity, it had unified the entire peninsula. Etruscans, Samnites, Greeks, and Latins now fought under the same standards. The Republic's influence extended from the snow-capped Alps in the north to the rich farms of Sicily's northern shores. By 265 BC, the Italian peninsula lay under Roman control. Roads, colonies, and alliances had bound its people together more tightly than conquest alone ever could. Yet across the sea, a new challenge was rising. In North Africa stood Carthage, a wealthy maritime empire whose ships ruled the western Mediterranean. The collision between these two powers was inevitable, and the wars that followed would test Rome's newfound unity in ways it had never imagined. Yet for all its strength, the Republic's ambitions were still shaped by fear. Rome had fought its neighbors to protect itself, to ensure that no rival could threaten its survival. But across the sea, in the rich lands of North Africa, there stood a power that would test those fears like none before it: Carthage. Carthage was not a kingdom of soldiers, but a vast commercial empire. Founded centuries earlier by Phoenician settlers from Tyre, it grew from a coastal colony into the wealthiest maritime state in the Western Mediterranean. Its ships dominated trade routes from Spain to Sicily, carrying silver, grain, and exotic goods. Carthage's harbors were masterpieces of engineering, massive circular docks capable of housing hundreds of warships, each maintained by a professional navy. Its strength lay not in its citizens, who focused on commerce, but in the armies it hired. Mercenaries from Spain, Gaul, and Numidia who fought for gold rather than loyalty. The rivalry between Rome and Carthage was inevitable. Both powers sought control of Sicily, a fertile island lying between Italy and Africa. For centuries, Greek and Carthaginian colonies had struggled for dominance there, but by the mid-3rd century BC, Rome's expansion had brought it to Carthage's doorstep. When a group of mercenaries known as the Mamertines seized the Sicilian city of Messana and appealed to Rome for help, the Republic faced a choice. Carthage had already intervened, sending troops to the island. To aid the Mamertines meant challenging Carthaginian power directly. Rome hesitated at first, but could not ignore the strategic importance of Sicily. In 264 BC, the Senate voted for war. The First Punic War began as a clash of opposites, a land-based republic against a naval empire. Rome had never been a seafaring nation. Its legions were unmatched on land, but Carthage's fleets ruled the waves. Early Roman expeditions across the strait were disastrous. Ships were sunk, armies stranded, and coastal towns burned. Yet in typical Roman fashion, defeat only drove determination. Within a few years, the Republic had built an entire navy from nothing, copying and improving Carthaginian designs. The Romans approached naval warfare as they did everything else, with engineering and discipline. Realizing they could not outmaneuver Carthage's skilled sailors, they turned sea battles into land battles. They invented a device known as the corvus, a hinged boarding bridge fitted with a massive spike. When a Roman ship closed with an enemy, the bridge dropped onto the opposing deck, locking the two vessels together. Legionaries then stormed across, turning naval combat into close-quarters infantry fighting. This innovation changed the course of the war. In 260 BC, at the Battle of Mylae, Rome's new fleet, commanded by Gaius Duilius, used the corvus to capture over 50 Carthaginian ships. The victory stunned the Mediterranean world. A nation with no naval tradition had defeated the greatest seafaring power of its age. The struggle continued for more than 2 decades. Battles raged across Sicily, Sardinia, and the sea itself. Both sides suffered enormous losses. Entire fleets were destroyed by storms and misfortune. At one point, nearly 500 Roman ships sank in a single tempest off the coast of Africa. Yet neither side relented. Rome persisted through sheer endurance, raising new fleets, training new crews, and replacing every loss. In 241 BC, after 23 years of conflict, Carthage finally sued for peace. Its navy shattered, its treasury drained, it surrendered Sicily, the first Roman province outside Italy. Sardinia and Corsica followed soon after. The war had proven that Rome could project power far beyond its homeland. The Republic had built its first empire, but it had also made a mortal enemy. For Carthage, the defeat was devastating but not fatal. Its influence in Africa remained strong, and its merchants rebuilt their fortunes through trade in Spain. There, a new Carthaginian power base emerged under the leadership of Hamilcar Barca, a brilliant general who had fought Rome in Sicily. His hatred of the Republic was passed to his son, Hannibal, who would grow to become one of history's greatest commanders. The peace between Rome and Carthage lasted barely a generation. In 218 BC, a small city in Spain called Saguntum, allied to Rome, came under siege by Carthaginian forces led by Hannibal himself. When the city fell, Rome demanded his surrender. Carthage refused, and the Second Punic War began. Hannibal's plan was bold and unlike anything Rome had faced. Rather than meet the legions head-on in Italy's southern waters, he would strike at the heart of the Republic by land, from Spain across the Pyrenees, through Gaul, and over the Alps. His march was a feat so audacious that many thought it impossible. He led an army of nearly 50,000 men, cavalry, and war elephants across mountain passes buried in snow. The journey was brutal. Thousands died of cold, hunger, and ambush. Yet by the time he descended into northern Italy, Hannibal still commanded a formidable force. His first encounters with the Romans were devastating. In late 218 BC, at the river Trebia, he lured a Roman army into a trap, surrounding and annihilating it. The following year, he ambushed another force near Lake Trasimene, using fog and terrain to conceal his cavalry. In a single day, more than 15,000 Romans were killed. The Republic reeled, its allies terrified. The worst came in 216 BC at Cannae, a dusty plain in southern Italy. Here, the Republic assembled the largest army in its history. 86,000 men, a force of sheer, overwhelming weight intended to crush the invader once and for all. The Roman plan was simple, brutal, and traditional. Pack the legions into a massive deep block and smash through the Carthaginian center by brute force. They were betting on mass. Hannibal was betting on geometry. Hannibal, outnumbered nearly 2-1, arranged his troops in a way no Roman commander had ever seen. He pushed his center forward to form a convex crescent bulging toward the enemy, while placing his elite African infantry hidden on the wings. As the Roman steamroller crashed into the center, Hannibal's front line did not break. It slowly retreated, bending backward, step by step. The Romans, thinking they were winning, poured forward into the retreating curve, packing themselves tighter and tighter to secure the kill. They did not realize they were walking into a sack. As the Roman line compressed, they lost their ability to maneuver. At the critical moment, Hannibal's elite African infantry swung inward from the sides, and his heavy cavalry, having chased the Romans off the field, returned to slam into the legion's rear. The trap snapped shut. What followed was not a battle, but a slaughter. Pressed shoulder to shoulder, the Roman soldiers were so tightly packed they could not even raise their swords. For hours, the Carthaginians worked inward from the edges, cutting down the trapped legions with mechanical efficiency. By sunset, the field was soaked in blood. Over 50,000 Romans lay dead, including 80 senators and one of the 2 consuls. It remains to this day one of the deadliest single days of combat in human history. Hannibal sent a bushel of gold rings back to Carthage, taken from the fingers of the fallen Roman aristocracy, as proof that the Republic was broken. The shock of Cannae nearly broke the Roman spirit. Many allies defected, believing Rome was finished, yet in this abyss of defeat, the Republic found its greatest strength: the refusal to accept reality. The Senate outlawed the word peace. They refused to ransom the prisoners. Instead, they turned to Quintus Fabius Maximus, an old general who understood that Hannibal could not be beaten in a fair fight. Fabius adopted a strategy that was universally hated, but entirely necessary: avoiding battle. He shadowed Hannibal's army, cutting off supply lines, picking off stragglers, and scorching the earth. They called him Cunctator, the delayer. It was unglamorous, frustrating work, but it bought Rome time. Time to rebuild its legions and time to find a general who could match Hannibal's genius. They found him in Publius Cornelius Scipio. Scipio was a survivor of Cannae, a man who had watched the old Roman way of war die on that bloody field. He realized that to defeat Carthage, Rome had to stop fighting like Romans and start fighting like Hannibal. After driving the Carthaginians out of Spain with brilliant, unorthodox tactics, Scipio proposed the unthinkable: ignore Hannibal in Italy and invade Africa. If he threatened Carthage itself, Hannibal would have to leave Rome to save his home. The gamble worked. In 204 BC, Scipio landed in Africa. As predicted, a desperate Carthage recalled Hannibal. The 2 greatest commanders of the age finally met on the plains of Zama in 202 BC. Hannibal played his last, most terrifying card. 80 war elephants, armored and trained to trample enemy lines. A traditional Roman formation would have been pulverized, but Scipio had prepared. He abandoned the standard checkerboard formation of the legions and instead arranged his troops in long vertical columns, leaving wide open lanes running straight through his army. When the elephants charged, the Roman trumpeters blew a deafening blast, panicking the beasts. Those that did not turn back charged into the open lanes Scipio had left for them. They ran harmlessly through the gaps, guided by skirmishers, passing right through the Roman army without striking a solid line. The terror weapon was neutralized. With the elephants gone, it became a brutal infantry clash. Hannibal's veterans fought with desperate courage, but Scipio had learned the lesson of Cannae well. He used his superior Numidian cavalry, once Hannibal's greatest asset now fighting for Rome, to swing around and strike the Carthaginian rear. This time, it was Hannibal who was encircled. The Carthaginian army was annihilated. Hannibal himself managed to escape the slaughter, fleeing into an exile from which he would never return, eventually taking his own life rather than fall into Roman hands. Rome emerged from the war as the undisputed master of the Western Mediterranean. Spain became a Roman province, its mines and fertile lands feeding the republic's growing wealth. Carthage, once proud and rich, was reduced to a client state, a shadow of its former self. Yet peace would not last. The Senate remained wary, and many Romans, led by figures like Cato the Elder, believed Carthage should be destroyed completely. Cato ended every speech with the same phrase, Carthago delenda est, Carthage must be destroyed. 50 years after Zama, the Third Punic War began. By then, Carthage had recovered economically, though it remained militarily weak. When it defended itself against Numidian raids without Roman approval, the Senate declared war. In 149 BC, a Roman army crossed into Africa under the command of Scipio Aemilianus, the adopted grandson of Scipio Africanus. The siege of Carthage was brutal. The city's walls were immense, its population desperate. For 3 years, the Carthaginians resisted, fighting house to house as Roman legions closed in. Finally, in 146 BC, the walls were breached. Scipio's troops poured through the streets, burning buildings and slaughtering defenders. The survivors, nearly 50,000, were sold into slavery. The city was reduced to ashes, its ground symbolically cursed, so that nothing would grow there again. Carthage was gone, and with it, Rome's last great rival in the West. The Republic annexed its territory as the province of Africa, completing its domination of the Mediterranean's western half. The Punic Wars had lasted more than a century and transformed Rome from a defensive republic into a conquering empire. The consequences of victory were immense. Wealth flooded into the city: gold, grain, silver, and slaves from every conquered land. Sicily and Spain became vital provinces, their resources feeding Rome's armies and economy. The spoils of war enriched the patrician class, funding vast estates and monumental temples. The legions returned home as heroes, and the Senate basked in glory. The urban population swelled, and poverty grew alongside luxury. Senators competed for power and prestige, using public games and building projects to secure popularity. Rome had conquered the world, but it was losing the balance that had once defined it. The army, once a force of citizen soldiers defending their homes, became a professional machine serving the ambitions of its commanders. Generals who won victories abroad commanded loyalty greater than any politician in Rome. The pattern that began in the Punic Wars, of generals shaping history through personal power, would one day undo the Republic itself. Yet the very qualities that had made Rome strong, ambition, discipline, and relentless expansion, were turning inward. In conquering others, Rome had begun to lose control of itself. The Mediterranean after the Punic Wars was a fractured landscape of fading kingdoms and shifting alliances. To the east, the once mighty successors of Alexander the Great, Macedon, the Seleucid Empire, and the Ptolemaic dynasty of Egypt. ruled vast territories, but were weakened by internal strife and constant rivalry. Greek city-states like Athens, Sparta, and Corinth had long lost their independence, yet their cultural prestige remained unmatched. The power vacuum created by these declining empires drew Rome's attention. What began as diplomatic intervention would end with conquest. The first step came with Macedon. Its kings had once dominated Greece under Philip II and Alexander, but by the 2nd century BC, Macedon was a shadow of its former self. During the Second Macedonian War, King Philip V challenged Roman influence in the region, believing the Republic too far away to respond. He was mistaken. In 197 BC, at the Battle of Cynocephalae in Thessaly, the Roman general Titus Quinctius Flamininus defeated Philip's army in a decisive clash between the flexible Roman legion and the traditional Macedonian phalanx. The phalanx, powerful on flat ground, proved helpless against Rome's maneuverable formations. The victory ended Macedonian power in Greece. Flamininus presented himself not as a conqueror, but as a liberator. At the Isthmian Games in 196 BC, he proclaimed the freedom of the Greeks. The crowd erupted in cheers, hailing Rome as the protector of Hellenic liberty. But this freedom was largely symbolic. The Greeks soon found that their independence existed only at Rome's discretion. The Republic had no intention of occupying Greece outright, but it would not allow any rival power to control it either. The vacuum left by Macedon's fall was soon filled by the Seleucid Empire under Antiochus III. He saw himself as the new champion of Greek unity and sought to restore Eastern dominance over the Aegean. When he invaded Greece in 192 BC, he encountered the same disciplined force that had humbled Macedon. The Roman legions, now battle-hardened and experienced in foreign warfare, crossed into Asia Minor. In 190 BC, they met Antiochus at the Battle of Magnesia. Outnumbered, but better organized, the Romans shattered the Seleucid army. Antiochus was forced to surrender, pay enormous reparations, and withdraw from Asia Minor entirely. The Peace of Apamea ended Seleucid ambitions in the west, leaving Rome as the unchallenged arbiter of the Mediterranean world. The final blow to Greek independence came a generation later. In 168 BC, the Macedonian king Perseus, son of Philip V, tried to restore his kingdom's power. The result was the Third Macedonian War. At the Battle of Pydna, Roman general Lucius Aemilius Paulus led a disciplined assault that annihilated the Macedonian phalanx once and for all. The ancient style of warfare that had conquered the world under Alexander was destroyed by Rome's legions. Macedon was divided into 4 client republics, each under Roman supervision. But when the Greeks rebelled one last time, Rome's patience ended. In 146 BC, the same year Carthage fell, the city of Corinth, one of Greece's richest and proudest, defied Roman authority. The consul Lucius Mummius led an army into the city, capturing and razing it to the ground. Its treasures were looted, its inhabitants enslaved, and its ruins left as a warning. Greece was formally absorbed into the Republic as the province of Achaia. The land that had once given the world philosophy, art, and democracy now belonged to a foreign empire. While Rome conquered in the east, its legions were also locked in a relentless campaign in Spain. The Iberian Peninsula had been claimed after the Second Punic War, but control existed only on paper. The rugged terrain and fierce independence of the local tribes made pacification slow and brutal. Guerrilla warfare, ambushes, and betrayals became the rhythm of the campaign. Spain's mines of silver and iron were among the richest in the ancient world, and Rome was determined to hold them. Successive governors fought endless wars against the Celtiberians, Lusitanians, and other tribes who resisted Roman occupation. Towns were besieged, alliances broken, and entire regions devastated. Yet even here, new leaders rose whose names would echo through history. One of them was Scipio Aemilianus, the adopted grandson of Scipio Africanus. As a young commander, he earned fame in the Spanish Wars for his discipline and decisiveness. His later role in the destruction of Carthage would make him a symbol of Roman ruthlessness, but it was in Spain that he learned how to fight a war of endurance, one not won by brilliance, but by relentless persistence. The fighting in Spain revealed the changing nature of Rome's empire. The Republic no longer fought defensive wars against invading enemies, but offensive ones of expansion and consolidation. Governors now commanded armies for years at a time, far from Rome's oversight, enriching themselves with plunder and tribute. Victories brought not only glory, but immense personal wealth. For ambitious men, conquest became a path to political power. Meanwhile, Rome itself was changing. The flow of wealth and slaves from conquered lands transformed its society. The old virtues of simplicity and frugality gave way to luxury and excess. Greek art, literature, and philosophy flooded into the city, reshaping Roman taste and thought. Captured statues adorned temples and villas. Greek tutors taught the children of senators. The cultural tide from Greece was irresistible. For centuries, Romans had seen themselves as practical and austere, a people of farmers and soldiers. Now, they began to admire the sophistication of Greek civilization. They studied its philosophy, adopted its architecture, and emulated its style. Wealthy nobles filled their homes with marble sculptures and mosaics taken from conquered cities. Greek became the language of education and refinement. Every Roman of status learned to speak it, and the works of Homer, Plato, and Aristotle became part of elite culture. Philosophy found its way into politics as well. The Stoic school, emphasizing self-control, duty, and virtue, became particularly influential. Its teachings appealed to senators who still valued discipline and order, but struggled to reconcile those ideals with the corruption around them. Yet, the same cultural exchange that enriched Rome intellectually also eroded the old simplicity that had defined its early republic. Greek luxury mingled with Roman ambition, creating a new elite culture obsessed with status, pleasure, and display. Rural depopulation became one of the great social problems of the Republic. The countryside emptied while the capital swelled. The bond between land, service, and citizenship, once the foundation of Roman virtue, was breaking apart. The Senate, meanwhile, reaped the rewards of conquest. Governors returned from the provinces with fortunes measured in gold and silver, enough to fund massive building projects and public feasts. The triumphal procession, once a rare honor reserved for Rome's greatest victories, became almost routine. Generals paraded through the streets in gilded chariots, their soldiers chanting their names, while captives and treasures followed in long lines. The spoils of empire filled Rome with grandeur, but also with envy. The city that once prided itself on equality under the law was now divided by wealth and power. As the Republic expanded, corruption followed. Provincial governors extorted money from the lands they were meant to protect, demanding bribes in exchange for peace. Taxes collected from subject peoples often vanished into private pockets. Senators and magistrates competed for the most profitable provinces, not for service, but for enrichment. The Republic's institutions, once admired for their balance and restraint, began to bend under the weight of greed. Rome's victories also changed the nature of its army. The legions that had once been composed of citizen soldiers defending their homeland were now fighting for distant provinces and plunder. Campaigns lasted years, separating soldiers from their families and farms. Many returned home to find their land sold or ruined, their families impoverished. The Republic's reliance on conquest for prosperity created a cycle that was difficult to break. War brought wealth, but peace brought instability. Despite the growing inequality, there were Romans who still tried to uphold the old ideals. Cato the Elder became one of the leading voices warning against moral decline. He urged a return to simplicity and discipline, condemning the luxuries imported from Greece. Cato believed that Greek culture softened Roman character, replacing duty with indulgence. He saw the growing wealth gap as a threat to the Republic's survival, but his warnings went unheeded. Rome's appetite for conquest and opulence was too strong. The Senate continued to send armies eastward, each victory adding new provinces and new sources of income. Asia Minor, Macedonia, and Greece were reorganized under Roman administration. Pergamum, a wealthy kingdom in Western Asia Minor, was bequeathed to Rome in 133 BC by its dying king, Attalus III. The Senate accepted the gift eagerly, turning it into the province of Asia, one of the richest in the empire. The Mediterranean had truly become, as the Romans called it, Mare Nostrum, our sea. For all its triumphs, the Republic was changing in ways its founders would not have recognized. Rome had achieved unparalleled greatness, but the seeds of its decline were already sown. The first men to challenge this decline were brothers, Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus. Born into a noble family but sympathetic to the struggles of Rome's poor, the Gracchi saw the rot spreading through the system and tried to heal it through reform. Their story marked the beginning of Rome's long descent into chaos, when politics became a battlefield and violence replaced law. Tiberius Gracchus, the elder brother, was elected tribune of the plebs in 133 BC. As tribune, he had the power to propose laws directly to the people and veto actions of the Senate. He believed the Republic's strength depended on a stable class of small farmers, citizens who owned land, worked it themselves, and served in the legions. Yet those farms were disappearing, swallowed by wealthy estates run by slaves. The population of landless citizens grew every year, and with it, social unrest. Tiberius proposed a radical reform to enforce an old law limiting the amount of public land one person could own, redistributing the excess to poor citizens. It was a direct challenge to the Senate's power. The elite, who held vast tracts of land, saw his proposal as an attack on their wealth. When Tiberius tried to bypass the Senate and bring his reforms directly to the people, the conflict turned deadly. In 133 BC, during a vote in the assembly, a mob of senators and their followers armed themselves with clubs and bludgeoned Tiberius and hundreds of his supporters to death. It was the first political bloodshed in Rome's history, and it set a precedent that would haunt the Republic for the next century. A decade later, Tiberius's younger brother, Gaius Gracchus, carried on his mission. Elected tribune in 123 BC, Gaius was more skilled as an orator and even more ambitious as a reformer. He proposed laws to distribute land, regulate grain prices, and grant citizenship to Rome's Italian allies. He also sought to weaken the Senate's control by transferring judicial power to the equestrian class, wealthy citizens outside the senatorial order. For a time, his reforms succeeded, and his popularity soared. But as opposition mounted, the Senate declared him an enemy of the state. In 121 BC, surrounded by soldiers on the Aventine Hill, Gaius took his own life rather than face capture. His followers were slaughtered by the hundreds. The deaths of the Gracchi changed Rome forever. They revealed that reform could no longer come through peaceful means. Violence had entered Roman politics, and it would never leave. The Senate had shown that it would protect its power at any cost, and the people learned that their will could only be enforced through force. As class conflict deepened, new leaders rose from the army rather than the Senate. Among them was Gaius Marius, a man whose career would reshape both Rome's military and its politics. Marius came from humble origins in Arpinum, but rose through the ranks by talent and determination. A brilliant general, he first won fame in 107 BC fighting in North Africa against the Numidian king Jugurtha, whose bribery of Roman officials had exposed the corruption at the heart of the Senate. To fill the legions for his campaigns, Marius introduced a crucial reform. For centuries, only property owners could serve as soldiers, ensuring that those who fought for Rome also had a stake in its future. Marius abolished that rule. Now, landless citizens, the capite censi or head count, could enlist. The state would supply their weapons and armor, and in return, they would serve their generals with loyalty and expect land and reward when the war was done. This change made Rome's armies stronger, but its republic weaker. Soldiers no longer fought for the Senate or the state. They fought for their commanders, whose success meant their livelihood. The army had become a career, and generals became patrons of personal armies. Marius's victories in North Africa, and later against the invading Germanic tribes, the Cimbri and Teutones, made him a hero. He was elected consul, an unprecedented 7 times. Yet his power and ambition terrified the Senate. His example would inspire others to use the loyalty of their soldiers as a weapon in politics. But before the rivalry between Marius and Sulla could fully ignite, the Republic faced a threat from within its own borders, the social war. For centuries, Rome's Italian allies had fought and died for the Republic, yet they were denied the rights of citizens. In 91 BC, when a reformer named Livius Drusus was assassinated for proposing to grant them citizenship, the peninsula exploded. The allies formed their own confederation, minting coins stamped with a bull, goring the Roman wolf. It was a brutal, fratricidal conflict, where soldiers who had camped together now killed each other. Rome ultimately survived only by conceding, granting citizenship to all Italians who laid down their arms. But the war had a darker legacy. It made the reputation of a ruthless patrician general named Lucius Cornelius Sulla, who eclipsed the aging Marius on the battlefield and forged a bond with his troops that was stronger than the law. The spark came in 88 BC, when the Senate granted Sulla command of a lucrative campaign against King Mithridates in the east. Marius, now aging but consumed by jealousy, used a corrupt tribune to strip Sulla of the command and take it for himself. Sulla refused to accept the humiliation. He went to his troops and told them that Marius would replace them with his own men, denying them the plunder of the east. The legions stoned the tribunes to death and marched on Rome. It was the first time a Roman general had turned his swords against his own city. Marius fled for his life. The man who had once saved Rome was found hiding in the marshes of Minturnae, submerged in mud up to his neck to escape Sulla's cavalry. But when Sulla left for the east, Marius returned. He unleashed a reign of terror. His slaves hunted down senators in the streets, and the heads of Rome's elite were severed and displayed on the rostra as grim trophies. Marius died shortly after, but his faction remained. When Sulla returned victorious, he exacted a vengeance that made Marius look merciful. In 82 BC, he declared himself dictator and posted the proscriptions. These were daily lists of names posted in the forum declaring men enemies of the state. Any citizen who killed a prescribed man could claim a reward, and his property was confiscated by the state. Sons were forbidden from holding office, and families were destroyed for their wealth alone. The forum ran red with blood, as thousands were butchered, not just for politics, but for greed. Sulla had restored order, but he had done it by proving that the law meant nothing before the blade. Yet beneath the violence, Sulla claimed to be restoring order. He strengthened the Senate's power, reduced the authority of the tribunes, and reorganized the courts. Then, in a gesture that stunned his contemporaries, he resigned. Having ruled with absolute power, he voluntarily stepped down and retired to private life. But his example left a dangerous legacy. He had shown that one man, backed by an army, could seize control of the Republic and face no lasting consequences. The century that followed was one of constant unrest. Slave revolts shook the Republic from within, none more famous than that led by Spartacus. A Thracian gladiator, Spartacus escaped from a training school in Capua in 73 BC and gathered a band of runaway slaves. His rebellion swelled into an army of over 100,000 men, ravaging the Italian countryside and defeating several Roman legions. For 2 years, he defied the Republic, exposing its vulnerability. Eventually, the Senate turned to Marcus Licinius Crassus, one of Rome's richest men, who crushed the uprising with ruthless efficiency. 6,000 captured rebels were crucified along the Via Appia as a warning to all. The revolt was over, but it had revealed the Republic's deep divisions between rich and poor, master and slave, ruler and ruled. Abroad, corruption continued to fester. Governors sent to administer Rome's vast provinces often treated them as personal estates. Taxes meant for the treasury lined private pockets, and justice was sold to the highest bidder. In Asia, Sicily, and Spain, local populations suffered under oppressive rule, breeding resentment that simmered for decades. The provinces fed Rome's wealth, but also its moral decay. Those who returned from service abroad came home rich and corrupt, their fortunes built on exploitation and graft. In this climate of turmoil, new figures began to emerge, men whose names would define the final act of the Republic. Pompey Magnus, a brilliant general and protege of Sulla, earned fame for clearing the Mediterranean of pirates and expanding Rome's influence in the east. Crassus, the conqueror of Spartacus, used his immense wealth to buy political power. Both men dominated the political scene, but their rivalry prevented either from ruling outright. In this climate of turmoil, the Republic narrowly survived a plot that nearly destroyed it from within. In 63 BC, a bankrupt aristocrat named Lucius Sergius Catilina, or Catiline, conspired to overthrow the government. He was a man of terrifying charm and reckless ambition, a patrician who had squandered his fortune and now sought to wipe the slate clean through violence. He gathered a shadowy coalition of desperate men, debt-ridden nobles, disaffected veterans of Sulla, and revolutionaries who felt left behind by the Republic's wealth. His plan was total destruction. He intended to assassinate the consuls, set fire to Rome, and cancel all debts amidst the anarchy. Standing against him was the consul Marcus Tullius Cicero, a novus homo, or new man, who had risen to power not through family lineage, but through the sheer brilliance of his oratory. Cicero uncovered the plot through a network of spies and mistresses, exposing the betrayal before it could strike. In a dramatic showdown in the Temple of Jupiter, where the Senate had gathered for safety, he confronted Catiline to his face. Cicero delivered one of the most famous speeches in history, thundering across the chamber to demand, "How long, Catiline, will you abuse our patience?" Cicero exposed every detail of the conspiracy, shaming Catiline into silence. Forced to flee the city, Catiline escaped to his illegal army in the north to fight one last desperate campaign. The legions hunted him down at Pistoia. Catiline died fighting on the front lines, surrounded by his conspirators, refusing to yield even as his army was annihilated. The Republic was saved, but the conspiracy left a deep scar. It proved that the state was so fractured that its own citizens were willing to burn it down for a clean slate. And then there was Julius Caesar. Born in 100 BC into a patrician family with fading prestige, Caesar combined ambition, charisma, and political genius. He cultivated popularity among the common people, aligning himself with their interests while outmaneuvering his aristocratic opponents. His early career in politics and military command showed a daring unmatched by his contemporaries. In 60 BC, Caesar brokered an alliance with Pompey and Crassus, known later as the First Triumvirate. It was an unofficial pact to divide power between them, using their combined influence to dominate Roman politics. Pompey's military prestige, Crassus's wealth, and Caesar's popularity made them an unstoppable force. Yet beneath their alliance lay inevitable tension. Caesar's command in Gaul would soon give him the army, glory, and wealth that neither Pompey nor Crassus could control. His rise would push the Republic to its breaking point. The Republic was still standing, but its foundations were cracking. And in the growing shadow of those cracks, one man's name was beginning to rise: Julius Caesar. The alliance began with mutual benefit. Caesar sought a military command to secure wealth and prestige equal to his partners. He was granted the governorship of Cisalpine Gaul, Illyricum, and later Transalpine Gaul, an enormous territory stretching from northern Italy into modern-day France. What followed was one of the most extraordinary military campaigns in history. For nearly a decade from 58 to 50 BC, Caesar led his legions through the forests, rivers, and plains of Gaul. The campaign culminated in 52 BC at the Siege of Alesia, a battle that would become a masterclass in military engineering. Vercingetorix, a charismatic chieftain, had united the tribes and retreated to a massive hilltop fortress. Caesar realized the position was too strong to storm, so he decided to starve them out. He ordered his legions to construct a line of fortifications encircling the entire mountain, 10 miles of walls, towers, ditches, and deadly traps designed to keep the Gauls inside. But before the ring closed, Vercingetorix sent riders to summon help. A relief army of nearly 250,000 Gauls arrived to attack Caesar from the rear. Caesar was now trapped. He was outnumbered 4-1, sandwiched between the fortress and the relief army. Instead of retreating, he ordered a second wall built facing outward. The Romans were now fighting inside a donut of fortifications, besieged from both sides. The battle that followed was desperate. The Gauls attacked from the inside and the outside simultaneously, throwing wave after wave against the Roman earthworks. At the critical moment when the Roman line was about to break, Caesar donned his famous scarlet cloak and rode personally into the fray. Seeing their general fighting among them, the exhausted legionaries rallied and broke the relief army. Vercingetorix, seeing hope vanish, rode out and surrendered at Caesar's feet. Gaul was conquered. The legions built bridges across vast rivers like the Rhine, constructed fortified camps in a single night, and even launched expeditions into Britain, marking the first Roman contact with the island. Caesar recorded his campaigns in his Commentari de Bello Gallico, written in clear, deliberate prose. These commentaries served as both reports to the Senate and propaganda for the people. They depicted Caesar as a man of destiny, calm, decisive, and favored by fortune. In truth, his campaigns were brutal. Entire tribes were slaughtered, and hundreds of thousands were enslaved. But to Rome, his victories brought glory and riches. His soldiers adored him for his leadership and his habit of sharing their hardships. When storms destroyed their ships or supplies ran short, Caesar suffered beside them. The bond between general and legion grew unbreakable. While Caesar conquered Gaul, events in Rome began to unravel. Crassus sought his own glory in the east, leading an army against the Parthian Empire. In 53 BC, at the Battle of Carrhae, his forces were annihilated, and he was killed. His death broke the delicate balance of the triumvirate, leaving Pompey and Caesar as rivals. Pompey aligned himself with the Senate, presenting himself as the defender of the Republic against Caesar's growing power. The Senate, fearing Caesar's popularity and his loyal army, ordered him to disband his legions and return to Rome as a private citizen. To obey would mean the end of his career, and likely his life. To defy would mean civil war. On the banks of the Rubicon River, the small stream marking the boundary of his province, Caesar faced the choice that would change history. In January of 49 BC, he ordered his troops forward, declaring, "The die is cast." The legions crossed the Rubicon and marched south toward Rome. Pompey and the Senate fled the city, retreating to Greece to gather an army. Caesar entered Rome unopposed. His march was swift, efficient, and disciplined, a contrast to the chaos of his enemies. He restored order, secured the treasury, and began preparing his fleet for pursuit. Within months, his legions crossed the Adriatic, seeking Pompey's forces in the east. The decisive battle came in 48 BC, on the plains of Pharsalus, in Thessaly. Pompey's army outnumbered Caesar's nearly 2-1, but Caesar's veterans were seasoned and loyal. He feigned weakness, drawing Pompey's cavalry into a trap, then counterattacked with devastating precision. The result was a rout. Pompey fled the field, his army shattered, and sailed for Egypt, hoping for refuge with the young pharaoh Ptolemy VIII. When Caesar arrived in Alexandria soon after, he discovered that Pompey had already been murdered on the shore by the Egyptians, who sought to curry favor with Rome's new master. Caesar was reportedly horrified when presented with his rival's severed head. Pompey had been both enemy and compatriot, a man of Rome, and his death marked the true end of the Republic's old order. Caesar's time in Egypt became a turning point in more ways than one. The kingdom was in turmoil, divided between Ptolemy VIII and his sister Cleopatra. Caesar intervened, both to secure grain supplies for Rome and to stabilize the region. Cleopatra, known for her intelligence and political skill, won his support and soon his affection. With Roman troops at her side, she triumphed over her brother, who was killed in battle. Cleopatra was restored to the throne, and her alliance with Caesar secured Egypt as a friendly client kingdom. During his months in Alexandria, Caesar fathered a son with Cleopatra, named Caesarion. He toured the Nile and the pyramids, fascinated by Egypt's grandeur. Yet even in this distant land, his thoughts remained fixed on Rome. With Pompey dead, resistance still simmered across the Republic. In Africa, Spain, and the East. Caesar spent the next few years crushing these remnants, defeating Pompey's allies in every corner of the empire. His victory at the Battle of Munda in 45 BC ended the civil wars and left him the undisputed master of Rome. Caesar returned home to a hero's welcome. The Senate, stripped of power, named him dictator for 10 years, and soon after, for life. It was an unprecedented step. The Republic, founded to avoid kings, now had a single ruler. Yet Caesar's rule was not one of tyranny. He governed with energy and vision, reshaping Rome's institutions for the world it now commanded. He launched sweeping reforms. He reorganized the calendar, replacing the outdated lunar system with the solar Julian calendar, the basis of the modern one used today. He settled veterans on new lands, reducing unemployment and easing social unrest. He restructured provincial governments, curbing corruption, and extended Roman citizenship to loyal communities throughout Italy and beyond. His reforms were practical, designed to stabilize an empire too large for its old institutions. But Caesar's concentration of power alarmed the Senate. Many feared that he intended to crown himself king. Statues of him appeared in temples, and honors once reserved for gods were bestowed upon him. Rumors spread that he planned to move the capital to Alexandria or to wear a diadem. Caesar dismissed such claims, but his behavior, his disregard for the Senate, his reliance on loyal supporters, his public arrogance, deepened resentment among Rome's elite. The final blow came on the Ides of March, 44 BC. A group of senators, including many of Caesar's closest allies, plotted his assassination. Among them was Marcus Junius Brutus, descended from the man who had helped overthrow Rome's last king nearly 5 centuries earlier. On the morning of March 15th, Caesar arrived at the Senate meeting in the theater of Pompey. As he took his seat, the conspirators surrounded him. They drew daggers and struck. According to tradition, he fell beneath 23 wounds, crying out in disbelief at Brutus's betrayal. His body lay at the foot of Pompey's statue, the blood of one ruler staining the monument of another. The conspirators expected to be hailed as liberators, saviors of the Republic. Instead, the city was plunged into chaos. The people mourned Caesar as a hero, not a tyrant. His funeral, organized by Mark Antony, turned into a riot. Antony displayed the dictator's body before the crowd, pointing to the wounds and reading Caesar's will, which left money and land to the citizens of Rome. The mob erupted, setting fire to the Senate house and hunting down the assassins. The liberators fled, their cause already doomed. Caesar's death marked the end of the Republic in all but name. The institutions remained, but they were empty shells, manipulated by those who now fought to inherit his power. Antony, Caesar's trusted general and ally, claimed authority in the city, while Caesar's grandnephew and adopted son, Gaius Octavius, later known as Augustus, began his rise from obscurity. The struggle between them would ignite another civil war and complete the Republic's transformation into an empire. For many Romans, Caesar's rule had seemed like salvation after decades of bloodshed. He had restored order, paid soldiers, and brought peace to the provinces. His assassination was seen not as the defense of liberty, but as a crime against stability. The Senate that had claimed to save the Republic had, in truth, destroyed it. Rome wept for its fallen leader. His statue was crowned with flowers, his image carried in processions, and his name spoken with reverence. A comet that appeared in the sky after his death was hailed as his soul ascending to the heavens. The man who had conquered Gaul, defied the Senate, and reshaped the world had become a god in the eyes of his people. In the years that followed, Caesar's name would become the measure of power itself. Emperors from Augustus to the czars of Russia and kaisers of Germany would carry his title. His legacy endured in both the systems he created and the empire that rose from his ashes. From that sacrifice, Rome's next chapter began, the Age of Emperors. Out of that chaos rose a young man whose ambition and patience would reshape the Roman world forever, Gaius Octavius, Caesar's adopted heir. Octavian was just 18 when the news of his great-uncle's murder reached him in the spring of 44 BC. He was studying in Illyria, far from Rome, but within weeks he set out to claim his inheritance. He was frail in appearance and soft-spoken, but beneath the modest exterior lay a sharp mind and unshakable will. The assassins had fled east, and Mark Antony, Caesar's trusted lieutenant, had seized control of Rome, rallying the people through fiery speeches and the promise of revenge. Few took the young Octavian seriously at first, but his claim to Caesar's name, and his mastery of politics, would soon make him the most dangerous man in the Republic. Upon returning to Italy, Octavian moved carefully. He flattered the legions once loyal to Caesar and paid their overdue wages from his own fortune. The soldiers, seeing in him the continuation of Caesar's legacy, rallied to his banner. Antony, threatened by the youth's growing popularity, tried to block his rise. But Octavian's patience and skill outmaneuvered him. In a few short months, the young heir had turned Caesar's veterans into his own army. The Senate, desperate to use him against Antony, formally recognized him and gave him command. In 43 BC, their combined forces defeated Antony at Mutina, but the victory only deepened the division. The Senate's leaders distrusted Octavian, and he distrusted them. By the end of that year, Octavian reversed alliances and marched on Rome. Rather than fight another civil war, he negotiated peace with Antony and another of Caesar's loyalists, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus. Together they formed the Second Triumvirate, a legally recognized three-man dictatorship with absolute authority to restore order to the Republic. What followed was not order, but terror. The triumvirs divided the western provinces among themselves. Octavian took Italy and the west, Antony the east, and Lepidus Africa. To secure power, they launched a wave of proscriptions, publishing lists of enemies to be executed and their property confiscated. It was political purging on a scale unseen even under Sulla. Friends turned on friends, and family members betrayed one another for survival. Cicero, the great orator and defender of the Republic, was among the most famous victims. Once a critic of Antony, his name appeared on the lists. When soldiers came for him, he did not resist. His head and hands were displayed in the forum, a grim warning to those who opposed the new order. With their enemies in Italy eliminated, the triumvirs turned to the east to confront the assassins of Caesar. Brutus and Cassius had raised powerful armies in Macedonia and Asia Minor, controlling much of Rome's wealth and manpower. In 42 BC, the rival forces met at Philippi in Macedonia. The battle was fierce and chaotic. On the first day, Brutus's army pushed back Octavian's line, but Antony counterattacked, routing Cassius. Believing the battle lost, Cassius took his own life. Weeks later, the armies clashed again, and this time Brutus's troops broke under pressure. Surrounded, he fell on his sword. The men who had killed Caesar were gone, their dream of restoring the Republic extinguished. The victory left Antony and Octavian as the undisputed masters of Rome, but peace between them was fragile. Antony governed the east, ruling from Greece and later Egypt, while Octavian returned to Italy to settle veterans and restore stability. The division of power seemed practical at first, but it set the stage for another and final civil war. Antony's ambitions grew as he established his base in Alexandria. There he met Queen Cleopatra, the last ruler of Egypt's Ptolemaic dynasty and the former lover of Caesar. Their alliance was both political and personal. Cleopatra sought to preserve Egypt's independence. Antony sought wealth and legitimacy in the East. Their union scandalized Rome. Cleopatra was portrayed as a sorceress who had ensnared one of Rome's greatest generals. Rumors spread that Antony intended to make Alexandria the new capital of the empire, placing a crown on his own head and that of his foreign queen. Octavian seized on these fears with ruthless precision. He presented himself as the defender of Rome's traditions and the protector of its values. Through propaganda, he depicted Antony as a traitor, corrupted by Eastern luxury and foreign influence. In 32 BC, Octavian convinced the Senate to declare war not on Antony directly, but on Cleopatra. It was a brilliant maneuver. To attack Antony would be civil war, but to fight Cleopatra was to defend Rome from a foreign threat. The climactic confrontation came the following year, in 31 BC, off the coast of Actium in western Greece. Antony and Cleopatra commanded a massive fleet, over 500 ships strong, while Octavian's admiral, Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa, led a smaller but more disciplined force. For hours, the two sides clashed amid smoke and fire. At the height of the battle, Cleopatra's ships broke formation and fled. Antony followed her, abandoning his fleet and sealing his fate. The remainder of his navy surrendered or was destroyed. In the aftermath, Octavian pursued his enemies to Egypt. When his forces entered Alexandria in 30 BC, Antony and Cleopatra took their own lives. The ancient kingdom of the pharaohs became a Roman province, its immense wealth flowing into Octavian's coffers. The long struggle for control of the Republic was over. Octavian returned to Rome as the sole ruler of the known world. But he understood what had destroyed Caesar. Rome's people might accept a single leader, but they would not accept a king. Octavian moved cautiously, cloaking absolute power in the language of tradition. In 27 BC, he formally handed back authority to the Senate, declaring that the Republic had been restored. The gesture was largely symbolic. The Senate, grateful and intimidated, bestowed upon him a new title, Augustus, meaning the revered one. He also received the title Princeps, or First Citizen, implying equality among men while concealing his supremacy. Augustus had become Rome's first emperor without ever calling himself one. His authority rested on three foundations: control of the army, control of the provinces, and control of public perception. He held command over all legions, the right to appoint governors, and the ability to veto any law. The Senate retained its formal powers, but it was now a theater. Its debates directed by Augustus's will. The Republic's old offices still existed, but they were empty shells, sustained for appearance rather than function. Having secured power, Augustus turned to rebuilding the state. His first priority was stability. After decades of civil war, Rome's institutions were in ruins, its economy strained, and its provinces restless. Augustus reorganized the government from the ground up. He established a permanent bureaucracy, staffed by loyal administrators, standardizing governance across the empire. He created a professional civil service to collect taxes, maintain records, and oversee justice in the provinces. For the first time, Rome's empire was managed as a coherent whole rather than a patchwork of conquered lands. Corruption among provincial governors was curbed through stricter oversight. A regular census was introduced to track population and property, forming the basis for taxation and resource distribution. To secure his rule, Augustus also reformed the army. He reduced its size to a more sustainable level, settling veterans on land grants and keeping only the most loyal legions under direct command. He established the Praetorian Guard, an elite corps stationed near Rome to protect his person and maintain order. The Guard became both a symbol and an instrument of imperial power, ensuring that no rival could rise unchecked. Augustus understood that peace depended as much on perception as policy. He embarked on a vast program of public works to restore confidence in Rome's greatness. Temples were rebuilt, aqueducts repaired, and monuments raised to celebrate the gods and the empire's achievements. The city's skyline transformed under his rule. The boast he would later make, that he found Rome a city of brick and left it a city of marble, was no exaggeration. Religious revival formed another cornerstone of his rule. Augustus presented himself as the restorer of traditional Roman virtues: piety, duty, and family. He rebuilt old shrines, revived forgotten festivals, and claimed divine favor through association with Apollo, the god of order and light. Moral legislation encouraged marriage, penalized adultery, and promoted family life. Public morality became a political tool, binding society together under the image of the emperor as both leader and guardian. The peace Augustus created, known as the Pax Romana, became one of the most remarkable periods in ancient history. Trade flourished across the Mediterranean, roads connected distant provinces, and piracy all but vanished. From Spain to Syria, millions lived under a single administration, using the same currency and speaking Latin or Greek as common tongues. The empire's boundaries stretched from the Atlantic to the Euphrates, and from the deserts of Africa to the Rhine. But in 9 AD, the dream of expanding into the dark forests of Germania ended in nightmare. Publius Quinctilius Varus, a Roman governor linked by marriage to Augustus himself, marched 3 entire legions deep into the woodland. He believed he was on a routine mission to suppress a minor uprising, guided by a trusted Germanic ally named Arminius. But Arminius was a double agent. A chieftain's son, raised in Rome, who had learned the secrets of the legions only to turn them against his masters. He lured Varus into a trap in the Teutoburg forest. As the Roman column stretched out for miles along a narrow, muddy path, a violent storm broke, turning the ground into a swamp. The soldiers, weighed down by waterlogged shields and heavy armor, slipped and stumbled, unable to form their disciplined battle lines. Suddenly, the trees erupted. Thousands of Germanic warriors poured from the ridges, attacking the chaotic column from all sides. The slaughter lasted for 3 days. Varus, realizing all was lost, fell on his own sword. Nearly 20,000 men were butchered, their bodies left to rot in the ancient woods, and the 3 sacred eagle standards were captured. The defeat shattered the myth of Roman invincibility. When the news reached the capital, Augustus was broken. For months, he let his hair and beard grow untrimmed, and was heard wandering the halls of his palace, banging his head against the walls and screaming, "Varus, give me back my legions." The disaster ended Rome's ambition to conquer the north, forcing the empire to accept the Rhine as its permanent frontier, a scar on the map that would never heal. Beneath the stability of the Pax Romana, Augustus maintained power with quiet ruthlessness. Opponents were exiled or quietly removed. His control of propaganda shaped every aspect of public life. Poets, historians, and artists celebrated him as the bringer of peace and renewal. The greatest of these was Virgil, whose epic, the Aeneid, told the story of Rome's divine origins and destiny, linking Augustus to Aeneas and the gods themselves. Horace praised the moral order restored under his rule, while Livy chronicled Rome's history as a lesson in virtue and endurance. Through their words, the emperor's reign was immortalized as the culmination of centuries of struggle, the fulfillment of Rome's destiny. Augustus's rule also redefined citizenship and belonging. He extended rights to communities across Italy and the provinces, drawing them closer into the imperial fold. Local elites were encouraged to adopt Roman customs and serve in administration, spreading loyalty through privilege rather than force. This policy of inclusion helped maintain unity across a vast and diverse empire. His reforms brought prosperity, but they came at the price of freedom. The Senate had lost its power, elections were carefully managed, and dissent was dangerous. Yet after decades of civil war, most Romans welcomed stability over liberty. Augustus's genius lay in giving the illusion of republican tradition while exercising monarchic control. To the people, he was princeps, first among equals. In reality, he was emperor in all but name. Augustus ruled for more than 40 years. Under his guidance, Rome entered an age of peace and progress, unmatched in its history. Roads, laws, and cities spread Roman influence to the farthest corners of the empire. The legions became instruments not of conquest alone, but of order and civilization. The provinces thrived, and the capital became the center of a world empire. In his final years, Augustus ensured his legacy would endure. He appointed his stepson Tiberius as successor and carefully managed the transition to avoid the chaos that had followed Caesar's death. When Augustus died in 14 AD at the age of 75, the Senate declared him a god. Temples were built in his honor, and his name became synonymous with power itself. At the dawn of the 1st century AD, every soldier, every road, and every mile of territory was part of an intricate system designed to maintain balance, the machinery of empire. That machinery extended far beyond the battlefield. Augustus had built not only a state, but a structure, a government capable of managing millions across 3 continents. The emperor stood at the top, surrounded by a council of advisors drawn from the Senate and equestrian class. Below them, provincial governors administered territories, collected taxes, and enforced Roman law. Civil servants, scribae, and apparitores recorded census data, maintained accounts, and ensured communication flowed between Rome and its provinces. The efficiency of this bureaucracy was astonishing for its time. Citizenship, once reserved for the privileged few in Italy, now spread outward as both reward and instrument of control. Cities that proved loyal received Latin rights, limited forms of citizenship that offered legal protections and status. Over generations, entire regions were absorbed into the Roman system. Local elites adopted Roman dress, language, and customs, sending their sons to study in the capital and serve in the imperial administration. The result was unity through assimilation rather than oppression. A Spaniard, a Gaul, or a Syrian could rise to power through service and education. In time, they would even sit on the imperial throne. Rome's physical presence bound its empire together as tightly as its laws. The roads that crisscrossed the provinces were the arteries of civilization. Built with precision, layered in stone and gravel, they connected every major city to the capital. Couriers could travel from the Alps to the Nile in weeks, their journeys marked by way stations and milestones carved with the names of emperors. The roads carried merchants, legions, and news, but also culture, spreading Latin, Roman architecture, and law to every corner of the empire. The Romans were master builders. Their aqueducts carried fresh water across mountains and valleys into cities that glittered with marble. Amphitheaters, like the great Colosseum in Rome, hosted games for tens of thousands, uniting the masses in spectacle and ceremony. Public baths became centers of daily life, places to socialize, bathe, and conduct business. Temples and forums filled every Roman city, their columns and arches blending practicality with grandeur. Even the smallest provincial town bore the marks of the empire: paved streets, orderly grids, and public monuments dedicated to emperors. The economy that sustained this world was equally vast. Roman trade routes reached from the tin mines of Britain to the spice markets of India. Ships carried olive oil and wine from Spain and Gaul, grain from Egypt, and silk and ivory from Asia. The Mediterranean was crowded with merchant vessels moving under the protection of the imperial navy. In the markets of Rome, spices from Arabia mixed with amber from the Baltic, and pearls from the Persian Gulf. A single silver denarius could circulate from Alexandria to Londinium and still hold its value. Wealth flowed into the empire's heart, and Rome itself became a city of astonishing splendor. Its population approached 1 million, the largest urban center the world had yet seen. Palaces lined the Palatine Hill, temples crowned the Capitoline, and the vast forum buzzed with merchants, lawyers, and senators. At night, torchlight flickered along marble streets, illuminating statues and fountains. The city was the center of the world, fed by an empire that stretched across the horizon. Culture flourished under this peace. The age of Augustus had set the standard, and its influence continued to ripple through the generations. Latin literature reached new heights, blending grandeur with philosophy. Virgil's Aeneid remained Rome's national epic, a poetic reflection of destiny and divine purpose. Horace's odes celebrated moderation and the pleasures of civilized life. Livy chronicled the rise of Rome, turning its past into a moral guide for its future. Together, they gave the empire its cultural identity, disciplined, noble, and eternal. Education became a hallmark of Roman society. Wealthy families hired Greek tutors to instruct their children in literature, rhetoric, and philosophy. Public libraries and lecture halls spread across the empire, preserving knowledge from Egypt, Greece, and the East. In cities from Athens to Carthage, scholars debated ethics, law, and science under the protection of Roman order. The fusion of Greek intellect and Roman practicality created a civilization unmatched in its scope. At the same time, Augustus's moral reforms continued to shape society. Laws encouraged marriage and family life, penalized adultery, and rewarded large families. The household was the foundation of Roman identity, the familia, ruled by the father, or paterfamilias, whose authority was absolute. Religion reinforced these values. Daily rituals honored household gods, while public ceremonies worshipped Jupiter, Mars, and Venus. The emperor himself was regarded as the guardian of these traditions, his image present in every temple and town square. But beneath the peace and prosperity, the empire carried within it the seeds of future unrest. The very structure that maintained stability also stifled change. Power flowed only one way, downward from the emperor. The Senate existed in name, but its role was ceremonial. Political ambition could find no outlet except through imperial favor. For the common people, prosperity came at the price of freedom. Rome's citizens were no longer participants in government. They were subjects of the emperor's will. After Augustus's death in 14 AD, his stepson Tiberius inherited the throne. A capable administrator and experienced general, Tiberius maintained his predecessor's policies, but lacked his charisma. Suspicious by nature, he withdrew from public life, ruling from the island of Capri while his ministers governed in his name. His reign was marked by efficiency and fear in equal measure. Treason trials became common, and whispers of disloyalty could mean death. Yet the empire remained stable, its machines still functioning smoothly. Tiberius was succeeded by his grandnephew Gaius, known to history as Caligula. At first, his rule inspired hope, but an illness early in his reign seemed to fracture his mind, turning the palace into a theater of the absurd. He humiliated the Senate by threatening to make his favorite horse, Incitatus, a consul, providing the beast with a marble stall, a jeweled collar, and a staff of servants. In a display of absolute delusion, he marched his legions to the coast of Gaul and declared war on Neptune, the god of the sea. He ordered his confused soldiers to whip the waves and collect seashells in their helmets as war booty, claiming a victory over the ocean itself. After 4 years of chaos, he was assassinated by members of his own guard in 41 AD. The throne then passed to his uncle Claudius, an unlikely emperor once dismissed as weak and scholarly. Claudius proved capable and industrious. He reformed the bureaucracy, expanded citizenship, and revived the Senate's prestige. His greatest achievement was the conquest of Britain in 43 AD. Roman legions crossed the Channel and established permanent control over the island's southern regions. Towns, forts, and roads soon followed, beginning 4 centuries of Roman presence in Britain. Claudius also completed major public works, including new aqueducts and the harbor at Ostia. Yet intrigue continued within his court. Poisoned, perhaps, by his wife Agrippina, He died in 54 AD, leaving power to her son, Nero. Nero's reign began with promise. Advised by the philosopher Seneca and the general Burrus, he reduced taxes, improved administration, and sponsored the arts. Rome's cultural life flourished, with theaters, music, and poetry celebrated throughout the city. But as Nero's confidence grew, so did his delusions. He envisioned himself not as a ruler, but as a star, demanding the world be his audience. He forced senators and generals to attend his endless lyre recitals, locking the theater gates so no one could leave. Ancient historians claim that women feigned labor and men pretended to die just to be carried out of the excruciating performances to escape his vanity. In 64 AD, disaster struck. A massive fire swept through Rome, destroying much of the city. The blaze raged for days, consuming temples, homes, and warehouses. Ancient accounts differ on its origin. Some blamed negligence, others Nero himself. According to later writers, while the city burned, the emperor watched from his palace and sang of Troy's fall. Whether true or exaggerated, the rumor sealed his reputation. To deflect blame, Nero accused the city's small but growing Christian community of starting the fire. The persecution that followed was brutal. Christians were crucified, burned alive, or torn apart by animals in the arena. At the same time, Nero rebuilt Rome on a grander scale. He constructed the Domus Aurea, the Golden House, a sprawling palace of unimaginable luxury that consumed the heart of the city. The project shocked even his supporters. Nero's final years descended into paranoia and rebellion. Revolts erupted in Gaul, Spain, and Judea, where unrest would later lead to the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem. In 68 AD, the Senate declared Nero a public enemy. Abandoned by his guards and surrounded by enemies, he fled the city and took his own life. His death ended the Julio-Claudian dynasty and plunged Rome once more into civil war. The Pax Romana had not ended, but its golden surface was cracking. The empire Augustus had built still stood strong, its roads and legions holding the world together, but the harmony of its ruling family was gone. The peace of Rome was built on power, and power always bred ambition. Behind the grandeur of marble and the hum of trade, discontent and corruption began to grow. In the summer of 64 AD, flames rose over the city of Rome. Citizens fled in panic, dragging what little they could carry, while the wind carried embers from one district to another. For 9 days the inferno raged. By the time it ended, 10 of the city's 14 regions lay in ruins. The heart of the empire, the marble capital of the world, had become a smoldering skeleton of stone and ash. At the center of this disaster stood the Emperor Nero, whose reign had already drifted from promise into madness. When the fire began, Nero was at his villa in Antium, 30 miles away. He returned to find chaos, organizing relief efforts, opening public buildings as shelters, and importing grain to feed the displaced. Yet rumor spread faster than aid. Whispers claimed he had ordered the fire himself to clear land for a new palace, or that he had stood on a balcony as the flames rose, singing of the fall of Troy. Whether true or not, the story became legend. The emperor, who had once been adored, now became a figure of hatred. To deflect blame, Nero looked for scapegoats. His choice fell upon a small and unpopular sect, the Christians. Seen by many as strange and subversive, they refused to honor the Roman gods or the emperor's image. Nero accused them of arson and unleashed a wave of persecution. Dozens were crucified along the roads, burned alive in the gardens of his palace, or torn apart by animals in public games. It was the first great persecution of Christianity, and it forever marked Nero's name in history. In the ruins of the city, Nero began to build again, not for the people, but for himself. At the center of the devastation, he constructed the Domus Aurea, or Golden House, a palace so vast it swallowed the heart of the city. It was a marvel of engineering and ego, featuring a dining room with a rotating roof that moved with the heavens, powered by water. Hidden pipes sprayed perfume and rose petals on his guests, while a colossal 100-foot bronze statue of Nero himself looked down on the complex, a monument to a man who believed he was greater than the gods. Nero's extravagance drained the treasury. He raised taxes, seized property from the wealthy, and executed nobles to confiscate their fortunes. The provinces groaned under new levies. His paranoia grew, and with it, his cruelty. Senators, generals, and even his own family fell victim to his suspicions. His mother Agrippina had already been murdered years earlier, stabbed after surviving a failed attempt on her life at sea. His wife Octavia was executed, accused of adultery, and his advisor Seneca, once a guiding influence, was forced to take his own life. By the late 60s AD, the emperor's rule had become unbearable. The empire began to fracture. In 68 AD, revolt broke out in Gaul under Gaius Julius Vindex, soon joined by other provincial leaders. In Spain, the governor Servius Sulpicius Galba declared himself emperor. Even within Italy, loyalty to Nero wavered. The Praetorian Guard, once his personal protectors, turned against him when Galba promised them payment and reform. As rebellion spread, Nero panicked. Deserted by his guards and abandoned by the Senate, he fled the city disguised and took refuge in a villa on the outskirts of Rome. Surrounded and facing capture, he placed a dagger to his throat. His final words were said to be, "What an artist dies in me." With his death, the Julio-Claudian dynasty, the family of Augustus, came to an end. The emperor's death left a power vacuum, and with it came one of the most chaotic years in Roman history, the year of the 4 emperors. In the span of little more than 12 months, 4 men would rise to power, each claiming the empire and each meeting a violent end. Galba, the first, entered Rome as a symbol of renewal. Old, stern, and frugal, he promised to restore discipline after Nero's decadence. But he made a fatal error. He forgot that loyalty in the late empire had a price tag. When the Praetorian Guard demanded their customary bonus, Galba famously replied, "I choose my soldiers. I do not buy them." It was a noble sentiment that cost him his life. The Guard, outraged by his stinginess, struck a deal with a rival. In January 69 AD, Galba was ambushed in the Roman Forum. His litter was overturned, and he was hacked to death by his own troops, his head severed and paraded on a spear. His successor, Marcus Otho, seized power with the backing of the Guard. Otho was younger and had been one of Nero's drinking companions, but he found himself immediately at war. Far to the north, the hardened legions of the Rhine refused to recognize him, proclaiming their own general Aulus Vitellius as emperor. The 2 armies collided at the Battle of Bedriacum in northern Italy. Otho's forces were shattered. Rather than prolong the slaughter, Otho calmly put his affairs in order and stabbed himself in the heart, declaring that one man's death was preferable to the ruin of the state. Vitellius entered Rome not as a savior, but as a conqueror. His reign was a grotesque parody of leadership. He was a man of enormous appetite, famous for banquets where he served platters of flamingo tongues and pike livers, while the empire crumbled around him. He ignored the administration to focus on the next feast. But in the east, the legions of Judea and Syria had had enough. They declared their allegiance to a no-nonsense general named Vespasian. As Vespasian's forces marched on Rome, the city descended into urban warfare. For the first time in history, Roman armies fought each other inside the capital itself. The Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill was burned down in the fighting. Vitellius, terrified and abandoned, tried to hide in a doorkeeper's lodge in the palace. He was dragged out by the mob, tortured, and thrown into the Tiber, leaving the streets to Vespasian. With his rival dead, the Senate had no choice but to ratify the victor. The chaos ended, and the empire, weary of war, embraced Vespasian as its new ruler. The Flavian dynasty had begun. Vespasian's reign marked Rome's recovery after years of turmoil. A soldier by background, he restored order through pragmatism and hard work. His first act was to refill the treasury, which had been emptied by Nero's extravagance and civil war. He reformed the tax system, curbing corruption, and ensuring that revenues from the provinces flowed back to the capital. To fund public works, he even introduced a tax on the city's public latrines, joking when criticized that money does not smell. More importantly, Vespasian sought to rebuild the physical and moral heart of Rome. On the site of Nero's demolished Golden House, he began construction of a new monument, the Flavian Amphitheater, later known as the Colosseum. Funded in part by spoils from his campaign in Judea, it was a gift to the people, a symbol of renewal, replacing the indulgence of Nero with the generosity of a soldier emperor. The Colosseum would become the greatest arena of the ancient world, capable of seating 50,000 spectators for games, battles, and spectacles that displayed both the might and the brutality of Rome. Vespasian also restored the empire's discipline. He restructured the army, strengthened the frontiers, and reinforced loyalty through merit rather than privilege. His reign was not marked by grand conquests, but by consolidation, a return to stability. When he died in 79 AD after 10 years on the throne, the empire was at peace, its confidence restored. His final words, spoken with humor, reflected both humility and wit. "I think I am becoming a god." His eldest son, Titus, succeeded him. Known for his charisma and generosity, Titus had already proven himself as a capable commander during the Jewish War. It was under his leadership that Roman legions besieged Jerusalem in 70 AD, an event that would become one of the most brutal sieges in antiquity. The city was already tearing itself apart from within. Rival Jewish factions fought for control, burning their own food supplies in a suicidal power struggle, while Titus encircled the walls with a ring of crucifixion crosses. Anyone attempting to flee the city was captured and nailed to the wood in full view of the defenders, a psychological terror designed to break their will. Inside the walls, starvation set in. The historian Josephus recorded scenes of horror where leather belts and shoes were boiled for food, and the dead piled up in the streets. But the defenders fought with a ferocity that stunned the legions. They dug tunnels under Roman siege towers, forcing Titus to fight for every inch of ground. Finally, the Romans breached the Antonia fortress and poured into the Temple Mount. The fighting reached the Second Temple itself, the holiest site in Judaism. Amid the chaos, a soldier threw a burning brand into the sanctuary, setting the gold and cedar ablaze. Titus supposedly tried to save the structure, but the fury of his soldiers could not be contained. The temple was burned to the ground, and the city was leveled. Tens of thousands were slaughtered in the ruins or sold into slavery, and the treasures of the temple were carried away to Rome. The Arch of Titus, still standing today, commemorates that victory, its carvings depicting soldiers carrying the golden menorah through the streets of Rome. The spoils from Judea helped complete the Colosseum, built partly as a celebration of this triumph. Titus's reign, though short, was marked by both disaster and compassion. In 79 AD, only months after his accession, nature delivered a blow that would freeze a moment of Roman history forever. On a warm afternoon in August, Mount Vesuvius, a mountain locals believed to be a dormant vine-covered peak, exploded with the force of 100,000 atomic bombs. A column of ash and pumice shot 20 miles into the stratosphere, blocking out the sun. Pliny the Younger, watching from across the bay, described it as a pine tree, made of smoke rising into the heavens. For the cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum, there was no escape. At Herculaneum, a superheated pyroclastic surge, a wall of gas and rock moving at hurricane speeds, hit the city, instantly carbonizing the inhabitants where they stood. In Pompeii, the end was slower but equally terrifying. Ash fell like heavy snow, collapsing roofs and trapping citizens in their homes. As the air turned to poison, thousands perished, their bodies encased in volcanic debris that would harden into stone molds, preserving their final moments of terror for 2,000 years. Titus organized relief efforts, personally donating funds to rebuild affected towns, but the cities themselves were lost, buried, and forgotten until the modern age. His generosity won him the affection of the people. 2 years later, in 81 AD, a massive fire and a plague struck Rome, testing the city's resilience once again. Titus responded with the same compassion, earning the title Deliciae Humani Generis, darling of the human race. When he died suddenly that same year at the age of 41, the empire mourned sincerely. Titus was succeeded by his younger brother Domitian, a man of intelligence, ambition, and paranoia. Where Titus had ruled with warmth, Domitian ruled with fear. He saw conspiracies everywhere and sought absolute control over every aspect of government. He expanded the emperor's authority, treating the Senate with open contempt, and styled himself as a divine ruler. His reign was marked by efficiency. The frontiers were strengthened, the currency stabilized, and great building projects completed, including the reconstruction of the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill. Yet his suspicion and cruelty alienated Rome's elite. Domitian revived treason trials, executed senators and generals on flimsy charges, and filled the capital with spies. His autocratic style foreshadowed the emperors who would follow, efficient, yet feared. Despite his successes in administration and the army, his tyranny grew unbearable. In 96 AD, members of his own court conspired against him. He was stabbed to death in his palace by a group of officers and servants. With his death, the Flavian dynasty came to an end, but its legacy endured. Together, their reigns marked the empire's passage from ruin to renewal, from fire and blood to marble once again. When Emperor Nerva died in 98 AD, power passed smoothly to his adopted son, Marcus Ulpius Trajanus. Trajan, a soldier from the provinces of Spain, Trajan embodied the empire's new spirit, disciplined, pragmatic, and ambitious. Under his rule, Rome entered an era of expansion and grandeur. His military campaigns restored the vigor of conquest that had defined the Republic centuries earlier. Trajan's first target was Dacia, a kingdom north of the Danube in what is now Romania. Rich in gold mines and fiercely independent, Dacia had long been a thorn in Rome's side. In 101 AD, Trajan moved north. His campaign against Dacia was not just a war of soldiers, but of engineering. To cross the mighty Danube River, a natural barrier that had halted Roman armies for centuries, Trajan ordered his architect Apollodorus of Damascus to build a wonder. They constructed a massive bridge, over 3,000 feet long, with stone piers resting on the riverbed, a feat of engineering that stunned the barbarian tribes. The legions marched across dry shod, striking into the heart of the Dacian kingdom. The war was brutal, fought through mountains and fortified towns, but by 106 AD, Dacia fell. The victory brought wealth that is difficult to comprehend. Chroniclers claimed Trajan brought back over 300,000 pounds of gold and 500,000 pounds of silver. This influx of treasure crashed the price of gold across the Mediterranean and funded a tax holiday for the entire empire. It was the high watermark of Roman power, a time when the state seemed to possess limitless resources and invincibility. Trajan next turned eastward. He annexed Nabatea in Arabia, extending Rome's control over trade routes linking the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. His ambitions grew still greater. In 113 AD, he launched a vast campaign against the Parthian Empire, Rome's long-standing rival in the east. The legions marched through Armenia and Mesopotamia, capturing the cities of Babylon and Ctesiphon. For a brief moment, the empire reached its greatest extent, its borders stretching to the Persian Gulf, but victory came at a cost. The distances were immense, the supply lines thin, and rebellion simmered in the newly conquered territories. Trajan fell ill during his return to Rome and died in 117 AD. His ashes were placed in a golden urn beneath a monument that still bears his name, Trajan's Column. Rising over 100 feet high in his form, the column's spiral frieze depicts the Dacian Wars in vivid detail, a masterpiece of Roman art and propaganda. Around it stood Trajan's Forum, the largest and most magnificent civic complex in Rome's history. Its basilica, markets, and libraries reflected the empire's wealth and sophistication. The emperor's ambition had extended both the borders and the glory of Rome, but it also stretched its resources to their limit. His successor would inherit not just an empire at its zenith, but one nearing exhaustion. Hadrian, Trajan's adopted son and chosen heir, reversed the course of expansion. A scholar, architect, and administrator rather than a conqueror, Hadrian understood that Rome's size had become its greatest weakness. He abandoned Trajan's eastern conquests, pulling back to defensible borders along the Euphrates. His policy was one of consolidation, to fortify rather than extend, to govern rather than conquer. Hadrian spent much of his reign traveling through the provinces, inspecting legions, repairing fortifications, and strengthening defenses. His journeys took him from Britain to Egypt, from Spain to Syria. In the northern reaches of Britain, he ordered the construction of a great wall, a stone and turf barrier stretching 73 miles across the island, from the River Tyne to the Solway Firth. Hadrian's wall marked not only the northern boundary of the empire, but a psychological one as well. Beyond it lay the world Rome would never tame. Hadrian was also a man of culture and vision. He adorned cities with temples, theaters, and baths, leaving monuments of elegance rather than conquest. In Athens, he completed the temple of Olympian Zeus, begun centuries earlier. In Rome, he built the Pantheon, a marvel of engineering with its massive dome and oculus opening to the sky. It remains one of the most extraordinary structures ever created, its harmony and simplicity reflecting the balance of his reign. Yet Hadrian's rule was not without darkness. In Judea, rebellion erupted when he attempted to impose Roman customs on the Jewish people. The Bar Kokhba revolt, which began in 132 AD, turned into a devastating war. Roman legions crushed the uprising after 3 years of brutal fighting, razing cities and depopulating the land. Hundreds of thousands died, and Judea was renamed Syria Palestina in an attempt to erase its identity. The rebellion's suppression marked one of the bloodiest episodes of the imperial era. When Hadrian died in 138 AD, the empire was secure but weary. His chosen successor, Antoninus Pius, would preside over what historians would later call Rome's most peaceful age. Antoninus was a cautious and steady ruler. A man of law rather than war, he maintained stability through fairness and restraint. His reign, lasting 23 years, was almost entirely free of conflict. The frontiers held firm, the economy flourished, and the Senate functioned smoothly. He promoted justice, reformed the legal system, and improved conditions for slaves and the poor. Under his rule, the empire experienced a rare moment of calm, a balance between strength and benevolence. Public works flourished once again. Temples, roads, and aqueducts were built across the provinces. Cities prospered, and the arts continued to thrive. It was said that under Antoninus, no man feared his neighbor, and no army marched without need. Yet even this peace concealed deeper strains. The cost of maintaining the empire's vast network of roads, armies, and bureaucracy was rising. Economic growth slowed, and the strain on resources began to show. Rome's prosperity was immense, but fragile, dependent on constant flow from the provinces, a system that could not expand forever. When Antoninus died in 161 AD, power passed to his adopted sons, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus, the first joint emperors in Roman history. The transition was peaceful, but the era of serenity soon ended. A new age of conflict and uncertainty began to test the empire's endurance. Lucius Verus took command of a war against the Parthians in the east, while Marcus remained in Rome. The campaign was successful, but the returning legions brought with them a new and deadly enemy: disease. The Antonine Plague, possibly smallpox or measles, spread rapidly through the empire. Cities were emptied, armies weakened, and trade disrupted. Millions may have died. The epidemic marked the beginning of a long demographic and economic decline. Marcus Aurelius, meanwhile, faced relentless pressure on the northern frontiers. Germanic tribes crossed the Danube, raiding Roman territory and threatening the stability of the provinces. For years, the emperor led campaigns from the front, living with his soldiers in harsh conditions. Amid the mud and cold of the frontier camps, he wrote the reflections that would later become Meditations, a work of Stoic philosophy that revealed his calm amid turmoil. "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be," he wrote. "Be one." Marcus saw himself as a servant of duty, guided by reason and virtue. His philosophy of restraint and endurance reflected the discipline that had once defined Rome itself. Yet even as he struggled to preserve order, the cracks deepened. The wars strained the treasury, the plague ravaged the population, and recruitment grew harder. The empire still stood, but its energy was fading. After Lucius Verus died in 169 AD, Marcus ruled alone. He continued his campaigns against the northern tribes, achieving victories but never lasting peace. In 175 AD, a rebellion broke out in the east, led by the governor Avidius Cassius. The revolt collapsed quickly, but it revealed how fragile imperial loyalty had become. Marcus forgave those involved, preferring mercy to vengeance, an act that showed his wisdom but also his weariness. As 179 AD came to an end, the philosopher-emperor faced the twilight of his reign. His health declined and the wars dragged on. In 180 AD, while on campaign along the Danube, he fell ill and died in his tent. His death marked the end of an era, the close of the age of the good emperors. Expansion had stopped, the economy was slowing, and the ideal of civic duty that had guided the early emperors was fading. Marcus Aurelius' son Commodus succeeded him, but he was a man wholly unfit to rule. Where his father embodied reason, Commodus embraced a bloody vanity. He scandalized the Senate by performing in the Colosseum not as an emperor, but as a gladiator. He fought hundreds of bouts, slaying exotic beasts from a protected platform and slaughtering disabled veterans or citizens he forced into the arena to play the role of giants. He charged Rome 1,000,000 sesterces for every appearance, bankrupting the treasury to feed his ego. In 192 AD, his own inner circle, fearing his unpredictable cruelty, had him strangled in his bath, ending the Antonine dynasty and the golden age of Rome. The prelude to the crisis was marked by the strangest reign in Roman history. In 218 AD, a 14-year-old high priest of a Syrian sun god named Elagabalus took the throne. He had no interest in Roman tradition. He brought a sacred black meteorite to the capital and declared it the supreme deity replacing Jupiter himself. The citizens watched in disbelief as their emperor walked backward in front of the stone's chariot, refusing to turn his back on his god. He shocked the Senate by marrying a Vestal virgin, violating Rome's most sacred laws, and appearing in the palace, wearing makeup, demanding to be addressed as the empress rather than the emperor. The sight proved too much even for Rome. In 222 AD, he was murdered by his own guards and thrown into the Tiber, leaving the throne to his cousin Severus Alexander. Alexander ruled for 13 years, attempting to restore dignity to the empire, but the soldiers eventually turned on him too. The true collapse began in 235 AD. He had tried to buy peace with invading Germanic tribes, but his troops, angry at his caution, murdered him along with his mother. With his death, the Severan dynasty ended, and the empire plunged into chaos. Over the next 50 years, more than 24 emperors would rule, most for only months before being assassinated or overthrown by their own armies. Historians later called it the crisis of the 3rd century. It was a time when the empire's foundations shook so violently that its survival seemed a miracle. The instability began in the legions. For centuries, Rome's emperors had maintained their power by balancing loyalty between the Senate, the people, and the army. But by the 3rd century, that balance had collapsed. The Senate was irrelevant, the people powerless, and only the army mattered. Generals who commanded the loyalty of their troops could make or unmake emperors at will. The Praetorian Guard, originally formed to protect the emperor, had long since become a political weapon, selling their allegiance to the highest bidder. As one historian later put it, the empire had become an auction of sovereignty. In 193 AD, decades before the full crisis began, this corruption had been laid bare when the Guard literally sold the empire to the highest bidder. Didius Julianus, a wealthy senator, offered a massive sum for their support and was declared emperor in the middle of the night. His reign lasted just 9 weeks before another general killed him and seized the throne. By the time of the 3rd century, this kind of anarchy was the norm. The legions on the frontiers often proclaimed their commanders emperor, leading to years of civil war as rival armies fought not for Rome, but for their own leaders' ambitions. The names of these emperors blur together: Maximinus Thrax, Gordian, Philip the Arab, Decius, Gallienus, Claudius Gothicus, Aurelian, each promising stability, each undone by treachery or defeat. Some ruled barely long enough to issue coins bearing their likeness before being killed by their own soldiers. The historian Aurelius Victor would later count 26 emperors in 50 years, and many more pretenders who never even reached Rome. As the political system disintegrated, the empire's enemies pressed in from every direction. Across the Rhine and Danube, Germanic tribes took advantage of Rome's weakness. The Goths swept across the Balkans, sacking cities that had stood for centuries. They even reached Greece, burning temples in Athens and Corinth, places once thought beyond the reach of barbarians. In the west, the Franks and Alemanni broke through into Gaul, ravaging the countryside and even crossing into northern Italy. Entire towns vanished from the map. In the east, a new Persian dynasty had arisen, the Sassanids, fierce and organized successors to the Parthians. Their king, Shapur I, viewed himself as the equal of Rome's greatest emperors and sought to restore the ancient Persian Empire's power. He launched invasion after invasion into Roman territory. Cities like Antioch, one of the largest in the empire, fell to his armies. Inscriptions carved by Shapur himself record his victories with pride, including one so humiliating that it stunned the Roman world. In 260 AD, Emperor Valerian led an army to confront Shapur in Syria. His campaign ended in disaster. The Roman army was surrounded, its lines broken, and Valerian himself captured alive, the first Roman emperor to be taken prisoner by a foreign power. Ancient sources describe his humiliation in vivid detail. Forced to kneel as Shapur mounted his horse, paraded before Persian crowds, and eventually executed. Afterward, his skin was said to have been stuffed and displayed in a Persian temple as a trophy. Rome, the master of nations, had become the object of another empire's triumph. While Rome fought abroad, its heartland crumbled. The endless wars drained the treasury. Trade routes were disrupted by pirates and raiders. To pay soldiers and fund campaigns, emperors debased the currency, mixing silver with cheaper metals to stretch the supply. Inflation soared. A loaf of bread that once cost a few coins began to require handfuls. Savings evaporated. Ordinary citizens turned to barter, and local economies reverted to self-sufficiency. The state could no longer collect enough taxes to maintain its armies or its roads. The crisis was more than political and economic. It was social. Decades of war and disease depopulated the countryside. Plagues, possibly smallpox or measles, swept through cities already weakened by famine. The Antonine Plague a century earlier had killed millions, but now the empire faced wave after wave of new outbreaks. With each invasion or rebellion, armies carried infection from one end of the empire to the other. Whole villages vanished. Even major cities shrank to fractions of their former populations. The government's authority evaporated outside the garrison towns. Bandits, deserters, and local warlords roamed the countryside, and travel became dangerous. Wealthy landowners fled to fortified estates, ruling their own domains like petty kings. The Roman ideal of citizenship, unity under law, dissolved into survivalism. At the same time, religion began to shift. The old gods seemed silent in the face of such calamity, and new faiths found followers. Eastern mystery cults like those of Isis and Mithras grew popular, promising salvation and personal connection to the divine. Christianity, still persecuted and underground, spread steadily through the cities and army ranks, offering hope in a world that seemed to be collapsing. In the middle of this disintegration, the empire began to fragment. In the west, the legions of Gaul, Britain, and Spain broke away and established the Gallic Empire under a series of local rulers such as Postumus. It claimed to defend Roman civilization in the west, but functioned independently for over a decade. In the east, another power rose from the desert, the Palmyrene Empire. Palmyra, once a caravan oasis in Syria, had grown rich from trade between Rome and the east. Its leader, Odenathus, had fought to defend the region against Persian invasions and was rewarded with authority over much of the eastern provinces. After his assassination, his widow, Queen Zenobia, took command. Intelligent, multilingual, and charismatic, Zenobia ruled in the style of the old Hellenistic monarchs. She expanded her control across Egypt, Syria, and Asia Minor, creating a new Eastern empire centered on Palmyra. Coins bearing her image circulated widely, and she styled herself Queen of the East. For a few years, Zenobia's realm thrived. Palmyra's wealth from trade and its disciplined army gave it the strength to rival what was left of Rome. She claimed descent from Cleopatra and dreamed of restoring Eastern independence from the decaying Western Empire. Her court glittered with scholars, philosophers, and generals, and for a moment, it seemed that the Roman world would remain divided forever. A Western Empire, an Eastern Empire, and a handful of fading provinces in between. In the midst of this chaos, a new figure emerged to save Rome from total collapse. His name was Aurelian. Born of humble origins in the Balkans, he rose through the army by merit and ferocity. In 270 AD, his soldiers proclaimed him emperor. The task before him was enormous. The frontiers in flames, the treasury empty, the empire divided into 3 rival states. Yet in just 5 years, Aurelian would achieve what none before him had managed, the reunification of the Roman world. Aurelian began by restoring the empire's defenses. He crushed barbarian invasions in the Balkans and along the Danube, driving the Goths and Vandals back beyond the frontiers. He then turned his attention to the internal divisions. Marching west, he defeated the Gallic Empire, reintegrating its provinces and restoring unity to the west. Next, he marched east to confront Queen Zenobia. The campaign against Palmyra was swift and decisive. At the Battle of Imae near Antioch, Aurelian's cavalry broke the Palmyrene army. Zenobia fled across the desert but was captured near the Euphrates. Brought to Rome in chains of gold, she was paraded through the streets during Aurelian's triumph. Unlike most conquered rulers, she was spared and allowed to live out her life quietly near Tiber. Palmyra, however, was not forgiven. When it revolted again, Aurelian ordered the city destroyed, ending its brief glory. Aurelian returned to Rome as the restitutor Orbis, restorer of the world. To symbolize Rome's renewed strength, he began the construction of massive defensive walls around the capital, the Aurelian Walls. For centuries, Rome had relied on its distance from the frontiers for safety, but the threats of invasion had grown too close. The walls stretched 12 miles around the city, reinforced by towers and gates. They represented both protection and a warning. Rome was no longer the unassailable heart of the world, but a fortress in need of defense. Aurelian also sought to rebuild unity through religion. He elevated the worship of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, as the empire's supreme deity, a universal god whose light symbolized renewal. Temples to the sun were erected across the empire, and festivals celebrated the return of strength and order. The cult's emphasis on divine authority and singular worship foreshadowed the coming shift toward monotheism in the centuries ahead. Despite his successes, Aurelian's reign was short. In 275 AD, he he was murdered by his own officers during a conspiracy sparked by court intrigue. Yet his achievements endured. He had reunited a fractured empire, secured its borders, and restored a sense of hope after 50 years of darkness. The decades that followed remained turbulent, but Aurelian's reforms laid the foundation for recovery. New emperors rose, some lasting only months, others leaving a lasting mark. Among them was Probus, who continued rebuilding the frontiers, and Carus, who campaigned deep into Persia. Their efforts stabilized the empire enough to buy time for the great transformation that would come at the century's end. Out of this exhaustion rose a man whose reforms would reshape the empire beyond recognition. A soldier named Diocletian. Diocletian, pragmatic and methodical, saw the solution not in restoring the past, but in reinventing the system itself. He began by addressing the problem that had destroyed so many of his predecessors: the succession of power. No man could govern such an enormous empire alone. Diocletian's answer was radical. He divided authority among 4 rulers in what became known as the Tetrarchy, or Rule of 4. He appointed a trusted colleague, Maximian, as co-emperor, granting him control of the western provinces, while Diocletian ruled the east. Each emperor, or Augustus, was supported by a junior partner, a Caesar, who would govern smaller regions and eventually succeed his senior. This division of labor was more than symbolic. It acknowledged a reality that Rome had long resisted, that the empire was now too large, too complex, and too diverse to be ruled from one city. The Tetrarchy allowed faster responses to threats and spread authority across the empire's vast geography. Each emperor governed his own court, army, and administration, while still swearing loyalty to the unity of the Roman world. Diocletian ruled from Nicomedia in Asia Minor, closer to the empire's wealthiest and most stable regions. Maximian took Milan as his capital in the west. The Caesars, Galerius and Constantius Chlorus, governed the Danubian provinces and Gaul, respectively. It was a bold experiment in shared power, and for a time, it worked. With this new structure in place, Diocletian turned to reforming the empire's internal machinery. His administrative changes were sweeping. The old provinces, many of them too large to manage effectively, were subdivided into smaller units, raising their number from about 40 to over 100. These were grouped into larger administrative regions called dioceses, each overseen by an imperial official. The Senate's influence shrank further, replaced by a professional bureaucracy loyal to the emperor. Taxation, long chaotic and inconsistent, was standardized. A massive census was undertaken to assess population and land, ensuring that taxes were based on real productivity rather than arbitrary decrees. Diocletian introduced a system known as the capitatio iugatio, which linked taxes directly to the amount of land and labor available, allowing for a predictable flow of revenue. To curb inflation, he issued an edict on maximum prices in 301 AD, setting limits on the cost of goods and wages throughout the empire. It was one of history's earliest attempts at economic regulation, but it largely failed. Traders ignored the law, and enforcement proved impossible. Still, the edict symbolized Diocletian's determination to restore order through control. The military was restructured to meet the New Age's challenges. He increased the army's size to nearly 500,000 men and divided it into 2 main forces: frontier troops, limitanae, who guarded the borders, and mobile field armies, comitatenses, who could move quickly to meet crises. This flexible system allowed Rome to respond more effectively to invasions from Goths, Persians, and other tribes pressing on its frontiers. But Diocletian's reforms came at a cost. The centralized bureaucracy required constant revenue, and taxes grew heavier than ever before. The peasantry, crushed by levies and requisitions, began to sink into debt and dependency. Many farmers, unable to leave their land, became bound to it, a condition that foreshadowed medieval serfdom. For all his administrative brilliance, Diocletian could not escape one of the empire's deepest divisions: religion. The old Roman gods, once the glue of civic life, no longer united the population. Paganism had splintered into countless local cults, while new faiths, particularly Christianity, had spread through the cities and legions. By the early 300s, Christians made up a significant portion of the empire's population. They refused to participate in state rituals that honored the emperor and traditional gods, which Roman leaders interpreted as subversion. To Diocletian, unity was paramount. He saw religious conformity as essential to political stability. In 303 AD, persuaded by his Caesar Galerius, he launched the most severe persecution of Christians in Roman history. Edicts ordered churches destroyed, scriptures burned, and Christians stripped of legal rights. Those who refused to sacrifice to the gods were imprisoned, tortured, or executed. Across the empire, thousands were martyred: soldiers, officials, and ordinary citizens. The persecution failed to eliminate Christianity. In some places, it barely slowed its growth. The faith's strength lay in its structure: decentralized, resilient, and united by a belief that suffering in this world promised salvation in the next. The more Rome tried to crush it, the stronger it became. In 305 AD, Diocletian did something no Roman emperor before him had done. He voluntarily abdicated. Exhausted and ill, he retired to his palace in Dalmatia, modern Croatia, where he spent his remaining years tending gardens. His experiment in shared rule collapsed almost immediately. Within months, the tetrarchy fell apart as the Caesars and new generals fought for supremacy. The empire was once again at war with itself. Out of this turmoil emerged a new figure who would reshape not only the empire, but the course of Western civilization: Constantine. Flavius Valerius Constantinus, known to history as Constantine the Great, was the son of Constantius Chlorus, one of Diocletian's Caesars. When his father died in 306 AD, Constantine's troops in Britain proclaimed him emperor. It was an act of defiance against the fragile system Diocletian had built. Within years, multiple claimants emerged, plunging the empire into another round of civil wars. Constantine proved himself both shrewd and relentless. He defeated rival after rival, first in the west, then in the east, until only one enemy remained: Maxentius, who controlled Italy and Africa. Their confrontation came in 312 AD at the Milvian Bridge outside Rome. On the eve of battle, according to later chroniclers, Constantine experienced a vision. He saw in the sky a cross of light and the words in hoc signo vinces: "In this sign you will conquer." Taking it as divine command, he ordered his soldiers to mark their shields with the symbol of Christ. The next day, his army routed Maxentius's forces. The defeated emperor drowned in the Tiber, and Constantine entered Rome as sole ruler of the West. The victory at the Milvian Bridge changed everything. Whether his vision was divine, political, or both, Constantine became the first Roman emperor to openly embrace Christianity. The following year, in 313 AD, he and his eastern co-emperor Licinius issued the Edict of Milan, granting full religious tolerance throughout the empire. For the first time, Christians could worship freely without fear of persecution. Confiscated church property was restored, and Christian communities emerged from the shadows into public life. Constantine's adoption of Christianity was both a moral and political revolution. It ended centuries of persecution and aligned the empire with a faith that was already spreading across its provinces. Yet, it was not an immediate conversion of the state. Pagan temples continued to operate, and many in the aristocracy clung to the old gods. But the balance had shifted irrevocably. Christianity, once outlawed, now had the emperor's protection. Constantine understood the power of symbols. To mark his triumph and the empire's renewal, he founded a new capital in the east, Constantinople. The choice was practical and visionary. The old city of Byzantium, located on a peninsula where Europe meets Asia, controlled key trade routes between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. It was defensible, wealthy, and strategically central to the empire's eastern provinces. In 330 AD, Constantinople was formally dedicated. It was a city built in the Roman style, with forums, aqueducts, and theaters, but infused with Christian imagery and purpose. Churches stood beside pagan monuments, and the city's heart was the great hippodrome, where emperors would address their people for 1,000 years. Rome remained a symbol, but power had shifted eastward. As Constantine consolidated his rule, he restructured the empire around his new faith. He convened the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, bringing together bishops from across the empire to define Christian doctrine and settle disputes that threatened unity. The council produced the Nicene Creed, the first universal statement of Christian belief, affirming the divinity of Christ. The emperor, once Pontifex Maximus of Rome's pagan religion, now acted as protector and patron of the church. Constantine's policies transformed every aspect of Roman life. Sunday became a day of rest. Crucifixion, the punishment once used on Christ himself, was abolished. Clergy received privileges and exemptions, while churches became centers of authority and wealth. Christian charity institutions, hospitals, orphanages, and poorhouses began to appear in cities. The empire was changing not just politically, but spiritually. Yet Constantine was also pragmatic. He never entirely abandoned the imagery of Rome's traditional gods. His coins and monuments still bore the symbols of Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun, a bridge between old and new. For many Romans, the transition to Christianity was gradual, blending ancient customs with new belief. Pagan temples remained active for another century, though their influence waned. Constantine ruled until 337 AD, leaving behind an empire transformed. When he died, he was baptized on his deathbed, becoming the first Christian emperor in full. His legacy was monumental. He had reunited the empire, founded a new capital, and turned Christianity from a persecuted sect into a state religion. The changes he began continued under his successors. By the end of the 4th century, Emperor Theodosius I made Christianity the empire's official faith, banning pagan sacrifices and closing many temples. The gods that had once ruled Rome, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, and the rest, faded into memory. The old religion of the Republic was gone, replaced by the cross. This transformation was more than spiritual. It changed the very nature of imperial power. The emperor was no longer merely a mortal favored by the gods, but God's representative on earth. The unity of empire and church would define the next 1,000 years of European history. After Constantine's death, the empire was divided among his 3 sons, Constantine II, Constantius II, and Constans. The arrangement was meant to ensure cooperation, but instead produced rivalry. Each brother ruled a region, Constantine II in the west, Constans in Italy and Africa, and Constantius II in the east. Within a decade, ambition and suspicion turned to civil war. By 350 AD, 2 brothers were dead, and Constantius II ruled alone from Constantinople, the glittering city that now rivaled Rome itself. Emperors increasingly delegated authority to trusted generals and administrators, effectively creating separate spheres of power. Rome remained the empire's symbolic capital, but its political importance was fading. The Western emperors often ruled from cities closer to the troubled frontiers, Milan, Trier, and later Ravenna, where armies could be dispatched quickly against invading tribes. Constantinople, by contrast, was secure, prosperous, and defensible, built on a peninsula surrounded by water. It became not only the seat of government for the East, but the heart of a new Roman identity, one Greek in language, Christian in faith, and cosmopolitan in culture. By the late 4th century, this administrative divide had hardened into 2 distinct centers of power. The Western Empire, with its capitals in Italy and Gaul, faced the constant strain of invasion. Its frontiers along the Rhine and Danube were manned by overstretched legions struggling to repel wave after wave of Germanic tribes, Goths, Vandals, Alemanni, and Franks. The Eastern Empire, with its wealth concentrated in Anatolia, Syria, and Egypt, was better protected by geography and fortified cities. It could afford diplomacy, where the West could only fight. The difference in fortune between the two halves deepened every year. The East thrived on trade, bureaucracy, and a stable tax base. Its great cities, Constantinople, Antioch, and Alexandria, were hubs of commerce linking the Mediterranean to Persia and India. The Eastern emperors controlled the richest provinces, the most productive farms, and the busiest ports. The gold of Egypt and the silk of Asia flowed through their markets. The West, by contrast, was collapsing under economic strain. Centuries of warfare had drained its treasury and devastated its countryside. Barbarian raids disrupted trade, and tax revenues dwindled. Inflation returned, and the currency devalued. As estates expanded and the poor sank into debt, rural depopulation worsened. Many small farmers abandoned their land, seeking protection from powerful landowners or fleeing into the mountains. The state relied increasingly on forced labor and conscription to keep its armies in the field. The social fabric of the West began to tear. The old aristocracy, once the backbone of civic life, withdrew into private luxury, building fortified villas far from the frontiers. Town councils, which had managed local administration since the Republic, struggled to function. Public works fell into decay, aqueducts cracked, and roads went unrepaired. Even the legions, long the pride of Rome, were no longer purely Roman. They were filled with recruits from the provinces, and more often, with barbarian mercenaries hired to fight Rome's wars. As the political and economic differences widened, so too did the cultural and linguistic divide. The East spoke Greek, the West spoke Latin. This was more than a matter of words. It reflected two different worlds. The East inherited centuries of Hellenistic philosophy, art, and urban sophistication. Its cities valued scholarship, theology, and imperial ceremony. The West remained practical and martial, clinging to the traditions of Roman law and military authority. The Eastern emperors wrote in the language of Aristotle and the Gospels. The Western emperors ruled through decrees and soldiers. Religion, once a unifying force, began to follow the same fault lines. The conversion of Constantine had bound the empire to Christianity, but the new faith quickly fractured into rival interpretations. Questions about Christ's nature, divine or human, or both, sparked fierce debates that divided bishops, cities, and even emperors. Councils were called to settle doctrine, but each decision created new dissent. The Council of Nicaea in 325 AD had declared Christ to be of the same substance as the Father, a rejection of the Arian belief that he was created and therefore subordinate. Yet Arianism continued to spread, particularly in the East, and among the Gothic tribes beyond the empire. The controversy revealed how theology had become a matter of imperial policy. Emperors appointed bishops, exiled heretics, and used faith as an instrument of unity, or division. The state and the church were now inseparable, but they did not always agree. In the East, the alliance between emperor and church grew strong. The Patriarch of Constantinople became one of the most powerful figures in Christendom, second only to the emperor himself. The emperor saw himself as God's chosen ruler, the earthly guardian of divine order. Theology and politics intertwined, creating a vision of empire that saw its mission as both secular and sacred. In the West, however, the church began to develop a different role. With imperial authority weakening, bishops filled the vacuum left by collapsing civil institutions. They organized aid for the poor, negotiated with invading tribes, and became the moral leaders of their cities. The Bishop of Rome, the Pope, began to assert greater independence, claiming spiritual primacy based on his succession from St. Peter. While the Eastern emperors ruled through divine right, the Western bishops ruled through faith, laying the groundwork for the medieval papacy. As the 4th century drew to a close, the empire's unity was increasingly fragile. The emperors continued to claim a single Roman state, but in practice, two distinct governments existed. The dividing line ran roughly along the Adriatic Sea, separating Latin-speaking Europe from the Greek-speaking East. The final formal division came in 395 AD, after the death of Emperor Theodosius I. He was the last ruler to govern both East and West as one empire. Upon his death, his two sons inherited the divided world, Arcadius in the east and Honorius in the west. It was not a planned separation, but an acknowledgement of reality. The eastern court, centered in Constantinople, was efficient and wealthy. The western court, now based in Ravenna, was vulnerable and poor. Meanwhile, the east continued to prosper. Constantinople became the empire's beating heart, its population swelling as refugees from the west poured in. Its walls, the Theodosian walls, built in the early 5th century, were an engineering marvel, a triple line of stone defenses that would protect the city for 1,000 years. The Eastern emperors, better administrators than warriors, relied on diplomacy and wealth to manage their enemies. They bought peace when they could, and fought only when they must. Trade remained the key to the East's success. The grain of Egypt, the spices of Arabia, and the silks of China filled its markets. The city of Alexandria remained a center of learning, where scholars studied philosophy, medicine, and mathematics. Antioch thrived as a crossroads of commerce and culture. The East's prosperity allowed it to fund armies, pay ransoms, and sustain a bureaucracy that kept the empire functioning. The differences between the two halves became unmistakable. The East saw itself as the guardian of civilization, its emperors heirs to Augustus and Constantine. The West struggled merely to survive. Even the art and architecture diverged. The East developed the ornate mosaics and domes that would define Byzantine style, blending Roman engineering with Christian symbolism. The West, impoverished and unstable, turned to simpler, fortress-like churches and practical designs. By the late 5th century, the division between East and West was complete. To contemporaries, it was not yet the end of Rome, but a transformation. The Eastern Empire, which historians would later call the Byzantine Empire, still considered itself Roman in every way. Its citizens called themselves Romans, its laws were Roman, and its emperors traced their lineage to the Caesars. But the world had changed. The Latin West had splintered into kingdoms that would evolve into medieval Europe, while the Greek East endured as a Christian empire that would last another 1,000 years. The division between East and West was more than political. It was cultural, spiritual, and philosophical. The West would develop the Catholic Church, feudal kingdoms, and the Latin heritage of Europe. The East would preserve classical learning, Byzantine art, and Orthodox Christianity. Together, they would shape the future, but separately. Beyond the borders, entire nations were on the move, waves of peoples from the steppes and forests pressing westward, driven by hunger, fear, and ambition. What followed was not a single invasion, but a migration of whole civilizations, reshaping Europe and bringing the Western Empire to its long, slow end. The chain reaction began far to the east, with the arrival of a new and terrifying power, the Huns. Fierce nomadic horsemen from the Eurasian steppe, the Huns swept across the plains with unprecedented speed and violence. Their raids drove panic before them, forcing other tribes, Goths, Vandals, Alans, and Suebi, to flee westward in search of safety. In 376 AD, one of these desperate peoples, the Visigoths, approached the Danube River and pleaded for refuge within the empire. The Roman authorities, overwhelmed and corrupt, granted them permission to cross into the Balkans, but failed to feed or control them. Starvation and abuse quickly turned to rebellion. The Visigoths rose against their supposed protectors, sparking a conflict that revealed how fragile Rome's military strength had become. The confrontation came in 378 AD at the Battle of Adrianople in Thrace. The Eastern Emperor Valens, impatient and overconfident, marched his army against the Goths without waiting for reinforcements. It was a fatal mistake. Under the leadership of Fritigern, the Gothic cavalry encircled the Roman legions and annihilated them. Valens himself was killed on the field, reportedly burned alive inside a farmhouse where he had taken refuge. Nearly 2/3 of his army perished. The defeat was catastrophic, the worst since Cannae 6 centuries earlier, and it shattered the illusion of Roman invincibility. The empire could no longer pretend that its frontiers were secure or that its enemies were mere barbarians. For the first time, a foreign army had destroyed a Roman field force on Roman soil. After Adrianople, the Goths roamed the Balkans freely, plundering cities and towns. The Eastern Empire eventually stabilized under Emperor Theodosius I, who in 382 AD negotiated a treaty allowing the Goths to settle as federates, autonomous allies obliged to provide troops, but governed by their own leaders. It was a practical solution, but a dangerous precedent. The empire had begun to outsource its defense to the very peoples who threatened it. When Theodosius died in 395 AD, the empire was once again divided permanently between his two sons, Arcadius in the east and Honorius in the west. It was the final formal split between the two halves of the Roman world. While the east retained strong administration and wealth, the west entered an irreversible decline. The western court, ruled from the marshy refuge of Ravenna, was isolated and weak. Its armies were filled with foreign mercenaries, its generals often more powerful than its emperors. Among these generals was Alaric, the same Gothic commander who had once fought for Rome. Promised land and payment, he had been repeatedly betrayed by Roman officials. When his demands went unanswered, he turned against his former employers. In 410 AD, Alaric and his Visigothic army marched on Rome itself. The Eternal City had not faced an enemy within its walls since the Gallic invasion of 390 BC. Its defenses were old, its garrison thin, and its spirit broken. After a brief siege, Alaric's forces entered the city. For 3 days, the Visigoths plundered Rome, taking gold, silver, and captives, but sparing its churches. Even so, the psychological impact was immense. The city that had ruled the world for 800 years had fallen to foreign hands. The news stunned the empire and the wider Mediterranean. Pagan writers claimed it was punishment for abandoning the old gods. Christians, led by St. Augustine in North Africa, argued that no earthly city was eternal, and that true refuge lay in the city of God. Rome, the symbol of civilization itself, had been humbled. Though the empire still stood, the sack of 410 marked a turning point. After Alaric's death, later that year, the Visigoths moved on, eventually settling in Gaul and Spain. But Rome's prestige was gone. The empire's frontiers collapsed one after another. In Britain, the legions withdrew around 410 AD, recalled to defend Italy. The Romanized Britons, long dependent on imperial protection, were left to face invasions from the Picts, Scots, and Saxons alone. Roman Britain ceased to exist, its towns abandoned and its villas reclaimed by the land. In Gaul, the situation deteriorated rapidly. Germanic tribes crossed the Rhine in 406 AD, overwhelming local defenses. The Franks settled in the north, the Burgundians in the east, and the Vandals and Alans moved south towards Spain. The Western emperors, powerless to stop them, relied on short-lived alliances and bribes to maintain peace. The once orderly provinces of the West became a patchwork of barbarian kingdoms, each paying lip service to Rome but obeying its authority in name only. Spain fell next. The Vandals, Suebi, and Alans carved out their own realms, fighting one another as much as the Romans. The Visigoths, now nominal allies of the empire, were dispatched to reclaim the region, but instead took it for themselves. Within decades, nearly the entire Iberian Peninsula was beyond imperial control. The final blow came from Africa, the empire's granary. In 429 AD, the Vandals crossed from Spain into North Africa under their leader, Gaiseric. They quickly conquered the coastal provinces, capturing Carthage in 439 AD. The loss was devastating. For centuries, Africa had supplied the grain that fed Rome and its armies. With it gone, famine struck the capital. The Vandals, now masters of the Western Mediterranean, built a navy and turned to piracy, raiding Sicily, Italy, and even Rome itself. In 455 AD, they sailed up the Tiber and plundered the Eternal City once more. This time, the sack lasted 2 full weeks. Each new invasion tore away another piece of the empire. The Roman state, once a model of order, now survived only through improvisation. Powerful generals like Aetius, known as the last of the Romans, held the frontiers together through diplomacy and cunning rather than strength. Aetius managed to forge alliances with some barbarian tribes against others, culminating in a temporary victory over the Huns at the Battle of the Catalonian Plains in 451 AD. There, Roman and Visigothic forces together halted Attila the Hun's advance into Gaul. Yet even this victory could not save the West. A few years later, Aetius was murdered by Emperor Valentinian III, and the fragile balance he had maintained collapsed. Attila's death in 453 AD removed one threat but left others unchecked. The Huns' empire dissolved, but the damage they had done to Europe's balance of power was permanent. The tribes they had displaced continued to carve new territories from the corpse of Rome. By the 460s, the Western emperors had become figureheads, puppets manipulated by Germanic generals who commanded the only remaining armies. Among these was Ricimer, a Suebi Gothic warlord who made and unmade emperors at will. Real power no longer rested in Rome or Ravenna, but in the hands of such strongmen. Yet even in this twilight, there was one last flicker of the old Roman spirit. In 457 AD, a soldier named Majorian took the throne. Unlike the puppets who preceded him, Majorian refused to let the West die quietly. He was a warrior emperor in the mold of Trajan. He rebuilt the army, recruiting barbarian allies and disciplining the legions. He launched a lightning campaign into Gaul, defeating the Visigoths and forcing them back into a treaty. He then marched into Spain, crushing the Suebi and reclaiming lost provinces. For a brief moment, it seemed the Western Empire might actually survive. Majorian prepared a massive fleet in Spain to retake Africa from the Vandals, the key to restoring Rome's grain supply. But the Vandals, warned by traitors, launched a surprise raid and burned the fleet in the harbor. Majorian's hope was destroyed. When he returned to Italy, he was not greeted as a hero. Ricimer, the barbarian general who pulled the strings of power, saw Majorian's competence as a threat. He had the emperor arrested, stripped of his robes, and executed. With Majorian died the last real chance to save the West. After him, there were only shadows. The empire's borders had shrunk to Italy and small parts of southern Gaul. Even within those boundaries, imperial authority was nominal. Provinces ignored decrees from Ravenna, taxes went unpaid. The Senate, once the pride of Rome, met only to ratify decisions already made by generals. In 475 AD, a Roman officer named Orestes seized control of the government. He placed his young son Romulus on the throne, a child emperor whose name echoed Rome's mythic founder and its first king. The symbolism was almost tragic. The empire that had begun with a Romulus would end with one. A year later, Orestes faced rebellion from his own troops, Germanic mercenaries demanding land in Italy. When he refused, they turned to their commander, a chieftain named Odoacer. Leading a coalition of foederati, allied soldiers of barbarian origin, Odoacer marched on Ravenna, captured Orestes, and executed him. In September 476 AD, he deposed the boy emperor Romulus Augustulus. No one resisted. The Senate, weary of chaos, sent the imperial regalia to Constantinople, declaring that one emperor, Zeno in the east, was sufficient for both halves of the empire. The Western Roman Empire was gone. Yet even this moment, often cited as the fall of Rome, was less a sudden collapse than the final step in a long decline. Italy remained nominally part of the Eastern Empire, and Odoacer ruled it as a client king under imperial authority. The old institutions persisted for a time. The Senate still convened, Roman law still guided courts, and Latin still filled the streets. But the empire as a political entity had ceased to exist. From the beginning, Justinian was an emperor of vision and contradiction. Born to a peasant family in the Balkans, he rose through ambition and talent to become ruler of the most powerful state on earth. Educated in law and theology, he possessed both the intellect of a scholar and the determination of a conqueror. His reign would become one of the most remarkable and ruinous in all Roman history. Justinian saw himself as the heir of Augustus and Constantine, chosen by God to restore the glory of the Roman world. His reign began with sweeping reforms. He reorganized the bureaucracy, strengthened the army, and sought to bring order to both the empire's laws and its soul. But his greatest ambition was to reclaim the lost provinces of the West, Africa, Italy, and Spain, and to reforge the empire that had once ruled from Britain to the Euphrates. At his side stood Empress Theodora, one of the most extraordinary women of the ancient world. A former actress and the daughter of a bear keeper from the circus, Theodora had risen to power through her intelligence, political acumen, and fierce will. Her influence on policy and her partnership with Justinian were unprecedented. Together they ruled as co-sovereigns, he the lawgiver, she the conscience and counselor of the throne. Early in his reign, Justinian faced a crisis that nearly ended his rule before it began: the Nika riots. It started in the Hippodrome, the massive arena that was the beating heart of the city. Usually the crowd was divided into two bitter rival factions, the Blues and the Greens, who fought each other in the streets as often as they cheered for chariots. But in January 532 AD, something terrified the emperor. The mob stopped fighting each other. They turned toward the imperial box, and with a single deafening voice began to chant Nika, meaning conquer. The factions united against the throne. For 5 days, Constantinople burned. The riots spilled out of the arena and engulfed the city, destroying the Senate House and the original Hagia Sophia. Justinian barricaded himself inside the great palace, listening as the mob crowned a rival emperor. He prepared to flee, loading ships with gold, but Empress Theodora stopped him with a speech that saved the empire, declaring that the royal purple made the best burial shroud. Shamed into action, Justinian ordered a ruthless counterattack. He sent his generals, Belisarius and Mundus, to the Hippodrome, where the rebels were gathered. They blocked the exits, trapping 30,000 people inside. Then the soldiers drew their swords. The slaughter lasted for hours, turning the arena floor into a lake of blood. By nightfall, the rebellion was crushed, and the silence of the grave fell over the capital. Out of the ashes of that devastation, Justinian would rebuild the city greater than ever before. The new Hagia Sophia rose from those ruins, an architectural masterpiece that would become the symbol of Byzantine faith and power. Designed by the mathematician Anthemius of Tralles and the physicist Isidore of Miletus, the church was completed in just 5 years. Its massive dome, suspended seemingly without support, appeared to float above a ring of light from the windows below. Inside, marble columns from across the empire shimmered beneath golden mosaics depicting Christ, angels, and emperors. When Justinian first entered the completed building in 537 AD, he is said to have exclaimed, "Solomon, I have surpassed you." The Hagia Sophia was more than a church. It was a statement, the embodiment of Justinian's vision of a divine empire, where faith and rule were inseparable. It stood as both a place of worship and a monument to imperial glory, towering over Constantinople for nearly 15 centuries. With his capital secure and his authority unquestioned, Justinian turned to his greatest project, the reconquest of the West. His instrument was his most brilliant general, Belisarius, a man of modest origins and immense talent. Belisarius had already proven himself in campaigns against the Persians on the eastern frontier, demonstrating strategic genius and personal loyalty. In 533 AD, Justinian sent Belisarius with an expeditionary force to North Africa, then ruled by the Vandals. The Vandal kingdom, though once powerful, had grown decadent and divided. Its capital, Carthage, was a shadow of its former glory. Landing near modern Tunisia with a mere 15,000 men, Belisarius marched quickly on the enemy. The decisive battle came at Tricamarum, where the Roman cavalry shattered the Vandal army. Within a year, North Africa was reconquered, and Carthage returned to imperial hands. The victory stunned the world. After nearly a century of barbarian rule, Roman banners once again flew over the provinces that had supplied the empire's grain. The Vandal kingdom vanished, and its treasures, including sacred vessels looted from Jerusalem centuries earlier, were paraded through Constantinople in triumph. Flush with success, Justinian set his sights on Italy. The Ostrogothic kingdom, ruling from Ravenna, controlled the remnants of Roman civilization in the west. Though prosperous and largely peaceful, it was weakened by internal divisions. In 535 AD, Belisarius invaded Sicily, capturing it easily, and then advanced onto the Italian mainland. Within 2 years, he seized Naples, Rome, and eventually Ravenna itself. The Ostrogothic king Witiges surrendered, and for a moment it seemed that Justinian's dream of a restored empire had been realized. But Italy was not easily held. Even as Belisarius fought in the west, the Persians attacked the empire's eastern borders. The strain of defending 2 fronts drained the treasury and stretched the army thin. The Goths regrouped under a new king, Totila, who launched a fierce counteroffensive. Cities changed hands again and again as the war dragged on for nearly 20 years. In the end, another of Justinian's generals, Narses, completed the reconquest. At the Battle of Taginae in 552 AD, Narses crushed the Gothic forces, killing Totila and ending the war. The Romans reclaimed Italy, though the land was devastated and its people exhausted. A few years later, Narses pushed into southern Spain, capturing parts of the coast from the Visigoths. The empire's reach now spanned from the Pillars of Hercules to the Euphrates, the largest it had been since the days of Trajan. Even as his armies fought abroad, Justinian pursued another grand project at home, the reform of Roman law. Over the centuries, the empire's legal system had become a maze of decrees, edicts, and contradictory rulings. Justinian sought to bring order to this chaos. In 528 AD, he appointed a commission of jurists led by the scholar Tribonian to compile and codify all existing laws. The result was the Corpus Juris Civilis, or Body of Civil Law, also known as the Codex Justinianus. Completed over several decades, the code organized and clarified centuries of legislation, preserving the essence of Roman legal thought. It covered every aspect of governance, property, contract, and criminal law, and it became the foundation of legal systems in Europe for centuries to come. Long after the empire itself was gone, the Code of Justinian continued to shape Western jurisprudence, influencing modern civil law from France to Russia. While Justinian worked to restore the empire's body, he also sought to heal its soul. Theological disputes still divided the Christian world. The schisms over Christ's nature, between Chalcedonian orthodoxy and the monophysite belief in a single divine nature, threatened imperial unity. Justinian, ever the administrator, attempted reconciliation through a combination of persuasion and decree. He sponsored the construction of churches, summoned councils, and issued edicts of faith, yet his efforts often deepened divisions rather than mending them. The empire remained a patchwork of belief, bound more by law and loyalty than by doctrine. For all his successes, Justinian could not escape the limits of mortality and nature. In 541 AD, a new and deadly threat appeared, the Plague of Justinian. It began, as many epidemics did, in the ports of Egypt, carried by fleas on rats aboard grain ships. From there, it spread rapidly across the Mediterranean, reaching Constantinople in 542 AD. Within weeks, the city was overwhelmed. Contemporary accounts describe scenes of horror, the streets filled with corpses, Entire families perished overnight. The emperor himself fell ill but recovered. The death toll is impossible to know, but modern estimates suggest that as many as 25 to 50 million people across the empire may have died, perhaps half its population. The plague struck again in waves for 2 centuries, weakening the economy, depopulating towns, and crippling the army. The plague broke the empire's back. Exhausted and depopulated, the restored provinces began to slip away almost immediately. In Italy, the Lombards invaded within a decade of Justinian's death, seizing much of the north. In Spain, the Visigoths reclaimed the lost territories. In North Africa, rebellion and invasion returned. The empire's gains were temporary, its reach greater than its grasp, and yet, Justinian's achievements endured in other ways. The Hagia Sophia stood as a symbol of divine empire, its dome gleaming above Constantinople long after the legions were gone. The Codex Justinianus preserved Roman law for future ages. Even the dream of a unified Christendom, though never realized, inspired centuries of rulers who saw themselves as heirs to his vision. Constantinople was the key to this survival. Its location was unrivaled, perched on a triangular peninsula where Europe met Asia, surrounded on 3 sides by water, and commanding the narrow strait of the Bosporus that linked the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. From its harbors, ships sailed east to Syria and Egypt, north to the Crimea, and west to Greece and Italy. Caravans from Persia and the Silk Road brought silk, spices, and gems from the Far East, while merchants from Africa and the Baltic carried grain, wine, honey, and furs. The city's position made it not only the political heart of the empire, but also the economic crossroads of the known world. Defensively, it was nearly impregnable. The Theodosian walls, begun in the 5th century under Emperor Theodosius II, formed one of the greatest fortification systems ever built. 3 layers of defenses, a massive outer wall, an inner rampart, and a deep moat encircled the landward side of the city. Combined with its natural harbors and the Golden Horn, a deep water inlet protected by a massive chain that could be raised to block enemy ships, Constantinople was a fortress as much as a capital. Armies could invade and empires could fall, but Constantinople stood firm for nearly a millennium. Inside those walls, the city glittered. Its population swelled to over 500,000, rivaling ancient Rome at its height. The great hippodrome dominated its center, an arena where chariot races and public ceremonies brought the people together, and where politics often played out in the form of rival factions. The emperor's palace overlooked the arena, connecting him symbolically to both the people and the divine. While the West had collapsed under the weight of invasions, the East survived by adapting its strategy. The strength of Byzantium lay not only in its armies, but in its system, a complex and efficient bureaucracy that managed every detail of governance. Taxes, trade, law, and defense were all coordinated through a network of civil servants trained in the imperial administration. Titles and offices multiplied, forming a hierarchy that bound the empire together. Where the Western emperors had relied on brute force, the Eastern emperors ruled through procedure, paperwork, and patience. Gold was another weapon, perhaps Byzantium's most effective. While the Western Empire had run out of resources, the East still controlled the wealthiest provinces of the ancient world: Egypt, Syria, and Anatolia. Its mines produced steady income, and its trade routes brought constant revenue. The solidus, a gold coin first minted by Constantine, became the most stable currency in history, accepted from the Atlantic to India for over 7 centuries. The empire paid its enemies tribute when it needed peace, hired mercenaries when it needed soldiers, and used diplomacy to play rivals against one another. This diplomacy was as refined as its bureaucracy. Byzantine ambassadors were renowned for their cunning, flattery, and wealth. The empire's foreign policy rested on survival through balance, never confronting every enemy at once, but buying time, forming alliances, and using money and marriages to secure borders. Envoys traveled to the courts of Persians, Huns, and later Slavs, armed not just with treaties, but with gifts, gold, and promises. When force failed, persuasion and bribery often succeeded. Culturally, the empire grew increasingly Greek. The transformation had begun centuries earlier, but by the 6th century the shift was complete. Greek replaced Latin as the language of administration, literature, and theology. The educated elite read Homer and Plato as readily as scripture. Roman law and institutions remained, but the culture that surrounded them was distinctly Hellenic. Constantinople became the heir not only of Rome, but of Athens and Alexandria, a fusion of imperial order, Greek intellect, and Christian faith. This new identity, however, brought tension. The empire's unity now rested on its religion, Christianity. But faith proved as divisive as it was unifying. The early centuries of the Byzantine world were dominated by theological debate and political struggle over the nature of Christ. The great councils of the Church were called not only to preserve doctrine, but also to maintain imperial cohesion. The first of these, the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, had established orthodoxy against Arianism, the belief that Christ was a created being and not equal to God the Father. But Arianism continued to thrive, especially among the Gothic tribes, who had converted to Christianity beyond the empire's borders. Later, new disputes emerged. The Council of Ephesus in 431 AD condemned Nestorianism, which taught that Christ's divine and human natures were separate. 2 decades later, the Council of Chalcedon declared that Christ possessed both natures in one person. These decisions did not end debate, they deepened it. In Egypt, Syria, and Armenia, large communities rejected the Chalcedonian definition, adhering instead to monophysitism, the belief in a single divine nature of Christ. The resulting schisms tore at the empire's unity. The emperors found themselves caught between theology and politics, trying to reconcile doctrine with the practical need to hold the provinces together. The emperors of Byzantium often acted as both political and religious leaders. They summoned church councils, enforced doctrine, and punished heresy. The church and the state were intertwined in what later historians called Caesaropapism, the fusion of imperial authority and spiritual oversight. This arrangement created stability, but also controversy. The emperor was seen as God's representative on earth, ruling not only by law, but by divine will. Dissent, whether political or religious, became a challenge to both throne and altar. Amid these struggles, the empire remained remarkably resilient. Its armies, though smaller than those of the classical legions, were professional and well organized. The military reforms begun under Diocletian and Constantine continued to evolve. Soldiers were now recruited from across the provinces, and often from barbarian tribes that had settled within the empire. The army was divided into frontier troops and mobile field forces, allowing rapid response to invasions. The empire's military strength was embodied in its defenses. The Theodosian walls protected Constantinople from land invasion, while fortified cities across the provinces served as strongholds against attack. The navy, based in the harbors of the Aegean and the Black Sea, patrolled trade routes and transported troops. The empire's engineers were masters of siegecraft and defense, developing new technologies that would keep enemies at bay for centuries. One of the key figures in maintaining this strength was Emperor Theodosius II, who reigned from 408 to 450 AD. His reign was relatively peaceful, but defined by his attention to defense and law. He reinforced Constantinople's walls, ensuring their strength for generations. These fortifications would later withstand sieges that destroyed every other city in the ancient world. Theodosius also oversaw the compilation of the Codex Theodosianus, a monumental collection of imperial laws that preserved centuries of Roman legal tradition. During this era, Byzantium faced constant pressure from its eastern rival, the Sassanid Persian Empire. The two powers fought a series of exhausting wars along the Euphrates, each seeking dominance over Armenia and Mesopotamia. Neither side could achieve lasting victory, and their rivalry shaped the geopolitics of the region for centuries. It was this balance, neither peace nor total war, that allowed Byzantium to focus on its internal stability and wealth. Even as it adapted, the Eastern Empire never lost sight of its Roman heritage. The emperors still called themselves Imperator Caesar Augustus, and their government still followed Roman law and ceremony. Latin inscriptions adorned monuments, even as Greek became the spoken language of daily life. To the Byzantines, they were Romans, Romaioi, heirs to an unbroken line stretching back to the founding of the city on the Tiber. By the late 5th and early 6th centuries, the Eastern Empire stood as the world's most powerful and advanced state. Its capital was the largest city on earth, its economy the most sophisticated, and its culture a blend of classical learning and Christian devotion. While Western Europe fragmented into barbarian kingdoms, Byzantium thrived as the last bastion of order, preserving the knowledge and traditions that would later fuel the Renaissance. Its survival owed much to its flexibility. The Byzantines were masters of adaptation, capable of blending diplomacy with warfare, pragmatism with faith. Their rulers understood that power was not only a matter of armies, but of endurance. They could outlast enemies through patience and cunning. When the Huns under Attila swept through the Balkans, Constantinople held firm behind its walls. The empire paid them gold rather than blood, turning the barbarians' greed against him. When Attila died in 453 AD, his empire vanished, but Byzantium remained. In the decades that followed, new challenges arose. The Ostrogoths dominated Italy, the Vandals ruled North Africa, and the Visigoths held Spain. The Eastern emperors watched these developments carefully. They still regarded the West as part of their empire in theory, even though, in practice, it was gone. Constantinople saw itself not as a successor to Rome, but as Rome itself, eternal, divine, and ordained by God to rule the world. The empire's character had changed. It was no longer the empire of soldiers and senators, but of clerks, priests, and emperors who saw divine purpose in governance. The Latin West had fallen, but in the East, a new Rome flourished, one armored in faith and fortified by walls of stone. The changes came swiftly and brutally. In the 7th century, a new faith rose from the deserts of Arabia and swept across the old Roman world. The followers of the Prophet Muhammad, united under Islam, exploded outward in a wave of conquest. In a single generation, Arab armies seized Syria, Palestine, Egypt, and North Africa, the empire's richest provinces, its heartlands of wealth and grain. These lands had been Roman for 6 centuries, their cities centers of learning and faith. Now they were gone. The loss was catastrophic. Egypt had supplied Constantinople's grain. Syria and Palestine had been strongholds of Christian culture. The imperial treasury, once filled by taxes from those fertile lands, dwindled rapidly. Trade routes shifted, and the empire's coastline shrank to Anatolia, the Balkans, and a scattering of islands. From its once vast dominion, Byzantium now held only a fragment, but that fragment proved indestructible. The emperors of the 7th century, particularly Heraclius, who reigned from 610 to 641, fought to save what remained. Heraclius had already waged a long and brutal war against the Sassanid Persians, defeating them only to see his victories undone by the sudden rise of Islam. When the Arabs invaded Syria and Egypt, Byzantine armies, exhausted and outnumbered, could not resist. Yet Heraclius laid the groundwork for the empire's survival. He reorganized what was left of the empire's territories into a new administrative and military system that would endure for centuries: the theme system. Under this system, the empire was divided into military provinces, or themes, each commanded by a general called a strategos. The soldiers who defended these provinces were given land in return for hereditary military service. This created a self-sustaining defense network. Soldiers who fought for their homes and provided their own supplies. The themes gave Byzantium resilience, turning its citizens into farmers and warriors at once, capable of surviving even when the treasury was empty. It was a revolution in governance, and it saved the empire from collapse. The themes allowed Byzantium to fight on even as enemies closed in from every side. To the south and east, Arab fleets and armies struck across the Mediterranean, conquering Cyprus, Crete, and parts of Asia Minor. To the north, Slavic tribes migrated into the Balkans, settling lands that had once been Roman provinces. The empire seemed surrounded. Yet Constantinople stood firm, impregnable behind its walls, and shielded by innovation. That innovation was Greek fire. Developed in the late 7th century, it was a weapon unlike anything the world had ever seen. A combustible liquid. Its formula, a closely guarded state secret. Greek fire could be projected through tubes mounted on ships or sprayed from handheld siphons during sieges. It clung to surfaces, burned even on water, and could not be extinguished by conventional means. When Arab fleets attacked Constantinople in 674 and again in 717, Greek fire turned the sea into an inferno. The attackers were driven off, their ships reduced to ashes. This terrifying weapon became the empire's most powerful deterrent, a symbol of divine favor as much as military ingenuity. While Byzantium fought for survival, it also transformed internally. Cut off from many of its traditional markets and provinces, it turned inward, drawing strength from faith and culture rather than conquest. The empire that had once measured greatness by expansion now found it in endurance. The church, already central to Byzantine identity, became the foundation of the state spirit. Monasteries multiplied across the mountains of Anatolia and Greece, becoming centers of learning, art, and devotion. Icons, sacred images of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints, became central to worship and daily life. Internal strife also weakened the state, most notably the century-long iconoclast controversy, a bitter struggle over whether religious images were holy or idolatrous. Yet even through civil war, the empire endured. During these centuries of turmoil, Byzantium's character hardened. The empire became less Roman and more Byzantine, a society defined by its faith, its bureaucracy, and its ability to outlast its enemies. Emperors came and went through coups and assassinations, yet the system endured. The imperial court grew ever more elaborate, its ceremonies blending Roman imperial grandeur with Christian symbolism. The emperor was no longer simply ruler of men, but God's representative on earth, the guardian of order in a world of chaos. By the 9th century, Byzantium began to recover. The Arab expansion had slowed, and new enemies, Bulgars, Magyars, and Rus, appeared to the north. Through a combination of military reform and diplomacy, the empire stabilized its frontiers. The theme system matured into a balanced and efficient structure, while a new elite class of landholding soldiers, the Dynatoi, emerged, blending military and aristocratic power. It was during this period that Byzantine culture reached a new flowering known as the Macedonian Renaissance, named after the Macedonian dynasty that came to power in 867 AD. The emperors of this line, beginning with Basil I, presided over 2 centuries of revival. Under Basil and his successors, learning, art, and architecture flourished. Scholars in Constantinople's universities preserved and copied the works of ancient Greece and Rome, Homer, Aristotle, Euclid, and Galen. They compiled encyclopedias of law, medicine, and theology that would later influence the Islamic and Western worlds alike. Byzantine architects built new churches and palaces, adorned with glittering mosaics and frescoes that blended classical technique with Christian symbolism. In the military sphere, the empire regained much of its lost territory. Under Basil II, called the Bulgar Slayer, Byzantium reconquered Bulgaria and reasserted control over the Balkans. In the east, the empire pushed back against the Arabs, reclaiming parts of Syria and the Caucasus. For a brief time, the empire once again stretched across the eastern Mediterranean, commanding respect and fear from all its neighbors. The political realities of the two halves of Christendom also drove them apart. The Byzantine emperors saw themselves as the true heirs of Rome, but the West now had its own emperor. In 800 AD, Pope Leo III crowned Charlemagne, king of the Franks, as emperor of the Romans. To Constantinople, this was an act of blasphemy and usurpation. There could be only one Roman emperor, and he ruled from the Bosporus. The mutual suspicion between East and West grew over the centuries, culminating in the Great Schism of 1054 AD. When papal legates and the Patriarch of Constantinople excommunicated each other, the Christian world officially split into two: the Roman Catholic Church in the West and the Eastern Orthodox Church in the East. The division, though theological on the surface, was as much political as spiritual. Byzantium and the Latin West had become different civilizations, each claiming to be the true heir of Christ and of Rome. Despite the growing rift, Byzantium remained a center of diplomacy, learning, and culture. Its wealth and sophistication dazzled visitors from across Europe and Asia. Merchants from Venice and Genoa traded in its markets. Envoys from the Islamic caliphates negotiated at its courts. The city of Constantinople, with its massive walls, golden domes, and vibrant bazaars, seemed eternal. To outsiders, it was the richest and most advanced city in the world, a beacon of stability amid a sea of warlords and kings. But beneath the glitter, new dangers loomed. The empire's reliance on diplomacy and gold masked a growing weakness in manpower and cohesion. The aristocracy of the provinces grew powerful and independent, often acting without imperial approval. The economy, though strong, became increasingly dependent on foreign merchants, particularly the Venetians, who gained privileged trading rights in return for naval aid. These privileges would one day come back to haunt Byzantium. By the 11th century, the empire's strength was waning. The theme system that had sustained it for centuries began to break down under the pressure of internal corruption and external attack. The Seljuk Turks, new conquerors from Central Asia, overran much of Anatolia after their victory at the Battle of Manzikert in 1071 AD. The empire lost its heartland, its richest provinces, and much of its army in one disastrous campaign. In desperation, the Byzantine emperors turned to the West for help. Their appeal for aid would set in motion a chain of events that would reshape both Byzantium and Europe: the Crusades. In 1096 AD, the First Crusade arrived in Constantinople, and together, Western knights and Byzantine troops recaptured Jerusalem from Muslim control. For a time, East and West seemed united again, but the alliance was uneasy. The Crusaders saw the Byzantines as effeminate and duplicitous. The Byzantines saw the Latins as crude and dangerous. In the centuries that followed, these tensions deepened. Western armies passed through Byzantine lands again and again, often treating them as foreign territory. The Fourth Crusade, intended to reclaim the Holy Land, instead turned on Constantinople itself. In 1204 AD, the Crusaders captured and sacked the city, looting its churches and palaces in one of the darkest moments in medieval history. The Byzantine Empire was shattered, divided among Latin princes and rival Greek states. Though the empire was eventually restored in 1261 AD, it never fully recovered. Its territory was reduced, its wealth drained, and its spirit wounded. Yet even in decline, Byzantium remained a living link to the ancient world, a repository of learning, art, and faith that would later inspire the Renaissance in Italy. By the spring of 1453, the empire that had once ruled the known world had been reduced to a single city. Constantinople, the shining capital of emperors, the refuge of centuries of history, now stood alone. To the west and north stretched the lands of Christendom, divided, distracted, and weakened by their own wars. To the east and south lay the vast dominions of the Ottoman Turks, young, confident, and inexorably expanding. The new Sultan, Mehmed II, was only 21 years old, but his ambition was boundless. He called himself the Caesar of Rome, claiming to inherit the mantle of the very empire he sought to destroy. For him, The conquest of Constantinople was not merely a military goal, but a divine destiny. By 1453, Constantinople's glory had faded, but its beauty and symbolism endured. The population, once over 500,000, had dwindled to fewer than 50,000. Vast stretches of the city lay empty, its fields reclaimed by grass and goats. Yet the domes and spires still glimmered above the waters of the Bosporus. The golden mosaics of Hagia Sophia still caught the morning light, and the Theodosian walls, a marvel of engineering built 1,000 years earlier, still guarded the ancient heart of Rome's empire. The Byzantine emperor, Constantine XI Palaiologos, ruled what remained of the Eastern Roman Empire, little more than the city itself, and a few fragments of territory in the Aegean. He was a man of courage and dignity, descended from emperors who had ruled for generations. Though his resources were pitiful, he refused to surrender. To die as a ruler, he is said to have declared, is better than to live as a conquered man. The final chapter of Rome's story began in April 1453, when Sultan Mehmed's army appeared on the plains of Thrace outside Constantinople. The scale of his force was immense, more than 80,000 men, including elite janissaries, mercenaries, and auxiliary troops from across his vast empire. The Ottoman fleet, nearly 400 ships strong, closed off the city's harbor, cutting off all access to aid or supplies. Most fearsome of all were the cannons. Among them was the monstrous bombard built by the Hungarian engineer Urban, a weapon unlike anything the medieval world had ever seen. Cast in bronze, over 25 feet long, it could hurl stone balls weighing nearly 1,000 pounds more than a mile. Its roar echoed for miles, shaking the ground and terrifying defenders and attackers alike. Against this, the defenders had perhaps 7,000 fighting men, a few thousand Greeks, a handful of mercenaries from Genoa and Venice, and monks and civilians who took up arms to protect their city. Their weapons were ancient, their numbers too few, but their resolve unmatched. As the siege began, the city's gates were sealed. Within the walls, Emperor Constantine worked tirelessly to rally his people. The Greek Orthodox clergy led prayers and processions through the streets, invoking divine protection. Bells rang from churches across the city, calling the faithful to vigilance. From the towers of the walls, defenders could see the Ottoman camps spreading across the fields, their banners fluttering, their fires glowing at night like stars upon the earth. For weeks, the cannons thundered without rest. Each blast tore chunks of stone from the walls, sending clouds of dust and debris into the air. By day, the defenders worked frantically to repair the damage with earth and timber. By night, the Turks advanced under the cover of darkness, probing for weaknesses. Skirmishes flared at the gates, and archers on both sides filled the sky with arrows. Despite the relentless bombardment, the ancient Theodosian walls held. Built in the early 5th century by Theodosius II, they had survived 1,000 years of earthquakes, sieges, and time itself. Their triple line of stone and brick, reinforced with towers and moats, remained the greatest defensive work of the medieval world. Mehmed's cannons damaged them, but they did not fall. The siege dragged on into its 5th week, and frustration spread through the Ottoman camp. Then on the night of April 22nd, the balance shifted. Unable to force his fleet into the Golden Horn because of the massive iron chain blocking its entrance, Mehmed devised a plan of sheer impossible audacity. He ordered his engineers to build a road of greased logs over the steep hills of Galata, bypassing the chain entirely. Under the cover of darkness and the deafening roar of his cannons, meant to mask the noise, thousands of oxen and soldiers began to haul the Ottoman navy out of the water and onto dry land. It was a surreal procession of war. 70 massive galleys were dragged uphill inch by inch over the slick timber. Sails were hoisted to catch the wind, as if the ships were sailing over the grass itself, while drummers beat a rhythm to keep the exhausting pace. For miles, they pushed the vessels through the forest and over the ridge, before sliding them down into the waters of the Golden Horn on the other side. By morning, the defenders awoke to a nightmare. An entire enemy fleet sat inside their harbor behind the safety of the chain, ready to attack the city's weak sea walls from the rear. Morale in Constantinople faltered, but Constantine refused to yield. He sent desperate pleas for help to the west, to Venice, to Genoa, to the Pope himself, invoking the old unity of Christendom. But the response was too slow, too divided. The Italian states were at war with one another, and the kingdoms of Europe were exhausted by their own rivalries. Only a few hundred reinforcements arrived, brave but insufficient to change the outcome. As May advanced, the city's defenses began to fail. The bombardment intensified, shaking even the strongest towers. Food and supplies dwindled. Within the walls, hunger and exhaustion spread. Yet still, the defenders fought on. Each day, Constantine rode along the ramparts, encouraging his soldiers, repairing breaches, and praying in the Hagia Sophia for deliverance. He knew there would be no miracle, but he would not abandon his post. The final assault came before dawn on May 29th, 1453. The night before, the entire city gathered for one last service in Hagia Sophia. Greeks and Italians, Orthodox and Catholic, prayed together for the first time in centuries, their ancient divisions forgotten. Candles flickered beneath the golden dome, their light reflecting off mosaics of Christ Pantocrator and the Virgin Mary. Some wept openly, others prepared to die. As the service ended, the emperor knelt before the altar and asked forgiveness of his people. Then he rode to the walls. At first light, Mehmed gave the signal. The cannons roared, and wave after wave of Ottoman soldiers surged forward. The first assaults were repelled, the second too, with heavy losses. But the defenders were exhausted, their numbers dwindling. A small postern gate, known as the Kerkeporta, was left unguarded amid the chaos. Ottoman troops forced their way through, and within moments the breach widened. The Janissaries poured into the city. Constantine XI fought in the front ranks, sword in hand, refusing to retreat. When his standard fell, he threw off his imperial robes and plunged into the melee, dying among his men. His body was never definitively identified, though later chroniclers claimed that he was found beneath a pile of corpses, still wearing his purple boots, the last Roman emperor of the last Roman city. The fall of the walls unleashed chaos. The Ottomans swept through the city, breaking through gates, storming palaces, and flooding the streets. For 3 days, Constantinople was given over to plunder, as was the custom of conquest. The cries of the captured echoed through the alleys where emperors had once walked. Churches were looted, homes burned, and the treasures of 1,000 years carried off. The Hagia Sophia, the greatest church in Christendom, became the symbol of the city's transformation. As the conquerors entered its doors, the terrified faithful who had sought refuge inside were herded out. Mehmed himself arrived soon after. Dismounting at the threshold, he stooped to pick up a handful of earth and scattered it over his head, a gesture of humility before God. Then he ordered that the building be cleansed and converted into a mosque. The mosaics of Christ and the saints were plastered over. Arabic calligraphy adorned the walls. The cross was replaced by the crescent. When the looting ended, Mehmed rode through the ruins of the once mighty city. According to legend, he paused before the wreckage of the imperial palace, staring in silence at the fallen columns and empty halls. "What a city we have given over to plunder," he is said to have murmured. In that moment, the conqueror seemed to recognize the weight of what he had destroyed, not just a city, but a civilization. The consequences of the city's fall were immediate and profound. For the Christian world, it was a calamity. The last vestige of the Roman Empire was gone, and with it, the ancient bridge between Europe and Asia. Refugees from the city fled westward, carrying with them manuscripts, knowledge, and traditions that would help ignite the Renaissance in Italy. Greek scholars found new homes in Florence, Venice, and Rome, teaching the language of Homer and Plato to a new generation of thinkers. The wisdom of Byzantium, preserved through centuries, now flowed into the reborn culture of the West. For the Ottoman Empire, The conquest marked the beginning of a new era. Mehmed made Constantinople his capital, renaming it Istanbul, though its people would continue to call it by its old name for centuries. He rebuilt the city, repopulating it with Greeks, Armenians, Jews, and Turks. He restored its markets and shipyards, repaired its walls, and made it once again one of the greatest cities in the world. Not as a Roman capital, but as the heart of an Islamic empire that would dominate the Eastern Mediterranean for centuries to come. In a sense, Mehmed had fulfilled Constantine's dream. Constantinople was once again the center of a world empire, but its character had changed forever. The city of churches became a city of mosques. The empire of the cross gave way to the empire of the crescent. And yet, the fall of Constantinople did not erase Rome. The empire had ended, but its shadow lingered. Its laws lived on in European courts. Its architecture inspired the domes of Renaissance cathedrals and Ottoman mosques alike. Its language, Greek in the East and Latin in the West, continued to shape thought, science, and faith. Even the idea of empire itself, a universal order governed by law and divine right, survived in the crowns of Europe, each claiming in its own way to inherit Rome's legacy. In Russia, the Orthodox Church proclaimed Moscow the Third Rome, the new center of Christian civilization after the fall of Constantinople. In Italy, the popes ruled from Rome itself, their authority rooted in the memory of the Caesars. In the Ottoman Empire, the sultans adopted the title Caesar of Rome, tracing their right to rule back through conquest. The name of Rome had become eternal, too vast to die with its last emperor. For the people who lived through that final siege, however, the fall was not an abstraction. It was the end of a world. For centuries, they had believed that the walls of Constantinople would never fall, that the Virgin herself guarded the city. When the gates were breached, that faith was shattered. Chroniclers wrote that the sky turned black with smoke and that the sea ran red with blood. The last empire of antiquity, the last heir of Rome, was gone. But even in defeat, there was dignity. The defenders of Constantinople had fought as Romans, holding to the last against impossible odds. Their emperor had died as emperors once did. On the battlefield, not in exile. The empire that began with Romulus had ended with Constantine, dying as it was born. In battle, under a rising sun. On May 29th, 1453, as the last defenders of Constantinople fell and the banners of the Ottomans rose above the city's walls, a chapter of history closed that had begun in a small Italian village, 22 centuries earlier. The Roman Empire, the longest-lived political creation in human history, had come to its end. The first and most enduring of these legacies is law. The Roman legal system, refined over centuries and codified under emperors like Justinian, became the backbone of Western jurisprudence. The corpus juris civilis influenced the development of civil law throughout Europe, inspiring later legal traditions in France, Germany, Spain, and Italy. Concepts such as contracts, property rights, citizenship, and equality before the law all trace their origins to Rome. Even modern ideas of justice, that laws must be written, public, and binding on all, are echoes of the Roman belief in legal order. The Latin phrase lex est quod notamus, the law is what we record, still defines the relationship between written law and civilization. Rome's legal principles also influenced the creation of international law and modern governance. The idea that states operate within a framework of rights and responsibilities, that treaties are binding, and that citizens possess inherent legal protections, all have roots in Roman thought. In this sense, every modern courtroom and constitution still carries the imprint of the Roman Forum. The second great legacy of Rome is its language. Latin, once the speech of a single city, spread with Rome's legions and settlers across Europe, North Africa, and the Mediterranean. Long after the empire's fall, It evolved into the Romance languages: Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian, spoken by nearly 1 billion people today. Even English, though Germanic in structure, carries thousands of Latin-derived words in its vocabulary, particularly in law, science, medicine, and religion. For centuries, Latin remained the language of learning, diplomacy, and the church. It was the medium of scholars, monks, and poets, the language in which laws were written and prayers recited. Universities taught in Latin well into the modern era, and even now, its influence persists in scientific terminology and legal phrasing. The empire that once united its provinces through a shared tongue left behind not a dead language, but a living family of languages that continue to shape global communication. Architecture and engineering form another visible inheritance of Rome. The empire's mastery of concrete, arches, and domes created structures that still stand today. Roman engineers built aqueducts that carried water for miles with mathematical precision, roads that spanned continents, and amphitheaters that could hold tens of thousands. The Colosseum, the Pantheon, and the aqueducts of Segovia and Pont-du-Gard remain not only as monuments, but as functioning examples of ancient ingenuity. Roman architecture influenced nearly every era that followed. The domes and columns of the Renaissance, the neoclassical style of government buildings in Washington and London, and even the urban planning of modern cities all draw directly from Roman principles. The concept of public infrastructure, roads, sewers, baths, and public squares, comes from the Roman ideal that the state should serve the common good. Their motto, Civitas et Ordo, city and order, defined the relationship between civic life and civilization itself. The empire's engineering extended beyond architecture. Roman roads, built with layered stone and gravel, connected a world of provinces from Britain to Syria. Their layout and durability were so effective that many modern highways still follow their routes. The phrase, "all roads lead to Rome," was not metaphorical. It described a reality in which the capital was the hub of a global network. The same roads that carried legions and merchants later carried pilgrims, scholars, and ideas that would shape the medieval and modern worlds. Rome's political legacy is equally profound. The Republic's model of checks and balances, separation of powers, and representative government became the foundation for modern democracy. The Senate, originally an advisory body of aristocrats, evolved into a symbol of deliberative government. Centuries later, when European thinkers sought to create new systems of rule, they looked back to Rome. The framers of the United States Constitution drew heavily from Roman precedent, adopting the Latin titles Senatus and Capitolium, and designing their republic on Roman ideals of citizenship, civic duty, and the rule of law. The concept of empire also survived long after Rome's fall. Successor states from Charlemagne's Holy Roman Empire to the British Empire claimed descent from Roman authority. Even today, the word imperial evokes Roman imagery, a blend of order, expansion, and civilization. The idea that government could organize vast territories under a common legal and cultural framework was Rome's invention, and it remains one of its most enduring gifts to the world. Perhaps the most powerful and far-reaching of all Rome's legacies is the Christian Church. Born in the empire's poorest provinces and once persecuted by its rulers, Christianity became the state religion under Constantine and the defining institution of the later Roman world. After the empire's fall, the Church preserved its structure, its language, and much of its knowledge. The Bishop of Rome, the Pope, inherited the old imperial authority of the Western capital, becoming the spiritual leader of Christendom. The Church's hierarchy mirrored the empire's bureaucracy, and its reach extended across Europe and beyond. Through monasteries and universities, the Church preserved classical learning, copied manuscripts, and educated generations of scholars. Its calendar, rituals, and architecture carried the memory of Rome into the Middle Ages. The basilicas of early Christianity evolved directly from Roman civic halls, and the Latin liturgy kept alive the empire's language. The Church became Rome's spiritual heir, turning its political empire into a religious one that still influences billions. Even beyond faith, the Church's influence on law, art, and education carried Rome's legacy forward. The spread of Christianity across Europe, Africa, and eventually the world ensured that the moral and philosophical framework of the empire, its sense of duty, hierarchy, and universality, would endure in new forms. The city that once ruled by sword came to rule by scripture. The physical remains of Rome still dot the map, silent witnesses to its long dominion. In Britain, Hadrian's Wall cuts across the northern landscape, marking the empire's old frontier. In France and Spain, amphitheaters and aqueducts stand nearly intact. Across North Africa, ruins of Roman cities lie half buried in sand, their mosaics still gleaming when unearthed. In the Middle East, the columns of Palmyra and the theaters of Jerash rise against the desert sky. Even in lands that have changed religion, language, and culture, the imprint of Rome remains indelible. Rome's influence on art and culture was equally enduring. Its sculpture, drawing on Greek ideals, defined the standard of realism that inspired Renaissance artists like Michelangelo and Raphael. Its literature, Virgil's Aeneid, Ovid's Metamorphoses, and the speeches of Cicero, became the foundation of Western education for centuries. Roman history itself, preserved through writers like Livy, Tacitus, and Suetonius, provided later generations with both cautionary tales and models of greatness. The humanist scholars of early modern Europe saw in Rome both the glory and the fragility of civilization, a mirror for their own ambitions. In science and engineering, Rome's contributions continued through the works of its architects and inventors. The techniques of road building, water management, and urban design were rediscovered and refined during the Renaissance and Enlightenment. Even today, modern civil engineering traces its lineage back to Roman innovations in surveying, materials, and construction. The discipline of architecture itself, codified by Vitruvius in his treatise De Architectura, remains a foundational text in the field. The Roman calendar, reformed by Julius Caesar and later adjusted by Pope Gregory XIII, governs time across the globe. The division of the year into 12 months, the 7-day week, and the leap year system all derive from Roman innovations. Every modern date carries within it a trace of Roman calculation, a measure of their enduring grasp on time itself. Beyond material and intellectual influence, Rome left behind an idea, the idea of universality. It had bound peoples of different languages, religions, and cultures under one law and one system. That ideal of unity outlived the empire's borders. Medieval kings, Renaissance thinkers, and modern leaders have all drawn inspiration from Rome's vision of order amid diversity. The phrase, civis Romanus sum, I am a Roman citizen, once protected individuals anywhere within the empire. Its spirit survives in the modern concept of human rights, the belief that law transcends geography. Even the word civilization derives from the Latin civitas, meaning both city and citizenship. To be civilized, in the Roman sense, was to live under law, to participate in the life of the city, and to respect a shared culture. In this way, every society that values education, infrastructure, and governance carries something of Rome within it. From the city of Rome itself, the legacy continues in stone and story. The ruins of the Forum, the Colosseum, and the Pantheon draw millions each year, symbols of endurance amid decay. Pilgrims still climb the steps of St. Peter's Basilica, built over the tomb of an apostle who died in Nero's Rome. Statues of emperors, once toppled, now stand restored in museums, their faces familiar, yet distant. Rome did not die. It became the world. If you've enjoyed this journey through the rise and fall of Rome, the empire that shaped history itself, be sure to subscribe for more deep dives into the past. From lost civilizations to forgotten empires, we bring the stories of our world to life with clarity and detail. Tell us in the comments which chapter of Rome's history fascinated you most. Thanks as always for watching. This has been Uncharted Mysteries. And as always, until next time, stay curious.